Mic check, mic check.
I'll take them if you're not. Yeah, no, thank you. If anybody's in that.
All right, people are still streaming in, and since I have a feeling they're not here to watch us do consent agenda, so we will get started. And we call the meeting to order at 6:01 PM. First item on the agenda is roll call.
Aaron Moran,
Here.
Chris Zellner,
Here.
Joe Zitzelsberger,
Here.
Kristen Rungy,
Here.
Nyla Fry,
Here.
Jack Heineman,
Here.
and Sam Kaufman.
All right, next item on the agenda is confirmation of open meeting compliance.
And I can confirm that the agenda and packet were officially posted in all 3 official posting locations. Just for the record, so everybody hears me, please be sure you've signed in on the attendance form for accurate record keeping with your name, address, and municipality. And then anybody here to speak on behalf of the solar agenda item, that would be under public hearing, that would be the purple form. And then if you have a public comment, that would be the white form. That's it.
All right, thank you. So public comment, if you're speaking during the hearing on the solar item, please wait for that. Does anybody have a public comment that they would like to make? We have a couple of white forms. For public comment, if you don't mind, we have you step up to the podium, turn the mic on. You have 3 minutes to make your public comment. And who is first up?
We have Don Tierney at 3564 Agri Road, DeForest, Waunakee. Did I say that right?
Windsor.
Windsor.
I mean, that's
Right.
where I live.
DeForest, I'm sorry. Go for it.
Before this speaker, no, go ahead, Don. For those participating online as attendees, if you wish to participate in public comment, not the public hearing at this point, just public comment, please click raise hand and we will bring you in the order that you raise your hands.
And one last announcement, each public comment or public hearing comment is timed for 3 minutes.
And make sure the button on the mic is turned green.
Yeah, so
So,
they can hear you online.
Recording system.
And one
Got
more
it.
thing, sorry, Don, one more thing. Public comment, Todd, I know for hearings, we only can allow residents online or people who are online that are residents to speak. And that also goes true for public comment as well, right?
Correct. For those
Making-
participating online, those are only welcomed from Waunakee residents.
Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. Don.
I just like to clarify something. They called me into the office at 3:00 today and they said, we want you to read this. I think you're going to vote on it tonight. It's the ordinance, chapter 129. This was on utility easements.
Mhm.
So is there a public hearing for that item?
Let's take a look here. We've got 2 public hearings on ordinance amending the wellhead protection of chapter 26 environmental and natural resources. So no, there's not a public hearing for that one.
Okay,
That was held previously.
A
okay.
couple weeks ago.
It was interesting because in the past, we thought it was pretty good. But when they called me in the office at 3:00, I'll read the paragraph real quick. Utility easements. This is on A. The village board, on the recommendation of appropriate departments and agencies serving the village, shall require utility easements in subdivisions for poles, wires, conduits, storm, sanitary sewer, gas, water, head mains, and other utility lines and facilities. Then I yell at this, to protect all utility easements, including the facilities located therein and grades of the utility easements. No fences, retaining walls, trees, bushes, or other landscape or structures shall be placed or located within this utility easement. Now, what I realize when we do a plat in Waunakee, it's called a public utility typical. What they do is they draw a typical of a lot and they say all lots unless otherwise noted on the plat, which means if you had 300 lots and you platted them, every one of them has this typical unless they say it does not have it. On the side, there's 6 feet on each side. There's 12 on the rear and there's 6 on the front. So I didn't get too riled up at that point, but then because it's all to do with fences, then I'll keep reading. Notwithstanding the preceding sentence, a property owner may place a fence within a utility easement subject to all of the following stuff. And it's good stuff. It means that if they put it in there and the utility tears it up, that's your problem. It means you've got to go to Waunakee Utilities and say, I'm going to put a fence here. Is this going to work? So that's all good stuff. But when you read it closely, it doesn't give any exception for maybe a landscape wall. It doesn't give any exceptions for shrubs. Now, if a person went out and bought 100 acres and wanted to do a mobile home park, there's not going to be any walls in it. You're going to bring the trucks in and a data will be set up. Everything's flat, just like cookies. But when you take the beautiful homes in this community and go home tonight, look at some of the walls and the shrubbery on the side of the homes, I'm asking you tonight, take a look at this. And in defense of the people that run this town, I didn't have a chance to even talk to them. So maybe they know this. Okay?
Thanks, Don. We appreciate you coming out and taking the time
Thank
to
you.
make comment. Yeah.
Next up is Bob Corey at 201 Knightsbridge Road, Waunakee.
I am on the Parks and Rec Committee. I was not at Wednesday's meeting. The committee unanimously approved the path conceptual design, item 6 on your agenda, and I feel so strongly about it. I wanted to come in personally tonight and say, even though I didn't vote for it on Wednesday night, I'm in favor of it as well. And since I have 3 minutes, I'll take just another 20 seconds. Long-term interest of mine is maintaining green space between here and Middleton, both environmentally and to maintain the character of Waunakee. From what I saw of the solar plan, a 30 or 50-year guarantee of that low impact development sounds like a great thing to me. I think it would also benefit lake water quality issues as well. So I'm just strongly in favor of the solar plan as well. Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Bob, for coming out tonight.
That's
Thank
all
you
I
for
have
serving
for
on
public
Parks.
comment.
All right. Do we have anybody online that would like to make public comment?
Again, this is an opportunity to click raise hand for those online for public comment.
All right. And sorry, Carla, I interrupted you. Oh, we've got one more, I think. Maybe not.
No hands
Okay,
online.
no hands online.
Mhm.
All right. Don.
That guy snuck the solar thing in.
He did. He's sneaky. He's sneaky. All right. All right. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda then, and that will be consent agenda. So do we have anything we would like pulled from the consent agenda? If not, do we have a motion to approve?
Move approval.
All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion's carry. All right. Next up then is reports and announcements. Senior Services Committee. Do we have a
We
report?
disseminated a survey that's going to be going out. There's some interest from some of the seniors about a few times a month doing some more evening programming. It's also, the county is also cutting the case management and nutrition services budget, unfortunately, by 4%. They're tentative, obviously, they haven't passed their budget yet, but that's what's unfortunately been proposed.
Okay. Thank you. Board of Review is on. We rarely have Board of Review, so I'm guessing there's something to report.
That was me, and I just wanted to let everybody know we went through a revaluation this year, and we had 14 people on the schedule, and it got down to just one objection for the Board of Review. So thank you for everybody that had patience and worked with the assessors on their phone calls.
All right. Thank you.
One note, Kristen, for the board's comments today, I would draw the microphone a little bit closer. Not because of this room, but for those out in the lobby here, the speakers don't work in the lobby space.
All right.
So just to carry your voice out there, that'll help.
We want to be closer to our mics. We can do that. All right. Next item then on the agenda is the Library Board.
We haven't met yet for the month, so.
All right. Utilities Commission.
We met, it was a pretty quick meeting. There was supposed to be a MMSD presentation, but that was rescheduled. Discussed a water rate design change, and I think ultimately we did not really change from what we currently have. And there was a personnel matter, a staffing change, so that was it.
All right. All right. For Fire District, we reviewed and approved the preliminary budget. We voted to approve a market rate adjustment for our inspector and battalion chief. And we voted to approve an RFP for representation for the Fire District as the village contemplates potentially withdrawing from the district. One thing I do want to remark on is that the pancake breakfast is this Sunday. What time does it start? 8 to noon. So show up hungry, bring extra money for donations. Look forward to seeing everybody there. All right. Next one is Wannaboom Committee.
Wanabo meeting was very short, but it was intended to be short as we discussed next year's event, which is the 250th year of our country, as well as the 10th anniversary of Wanabo. So we wanted to make sure that we were all on board with how big it has become. As all of you know, being ranked top 16 in the country, we have some high lofty expectations of us for events, and we will be needing to be discussing this a little bit further as a board in the next month or so.
That's really exciting. All right. And nice that the rest of the country is going to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Wannaboom in a big way. Next up, Parks and Rec.
Well, we just obviously approved the task order for the path. The other thing is we're doing some renovation work at the skate park, which is obviously near where many of you live. So perhaps it's something your children use. So we have a survey out. We encourage you and or your children to please go and take that so their input can be included in the conversation. Many of us staff also participated today in the first round of interviews for Sue McDade's position. Went very well. More interviews next week.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Public Works.
We did not meet.
And other committees, boards, and commissions? Other announcements? Do you know?
The first sustainability fair is tomorrow evening from 6 to 7:30. Come to see what our community does to promote wellness and for the future, for now and the future for our children and grandchildren. Please come.
All right. We'll see everybody there tomorrow. And next up then on our, well, anything else before we move on? No? All right. Then next up, we have for presentation, our annual report from Create Waunakee Incorporated, who is coming off what was another successful Waunakee Artisans Market this weekend.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rana Neary. I'm the president of the executive board for Create Waunakee. And if you'll remember, we were here about a year ago as we moved from a village committee to an independent nonprofit. And you all blessed that transition. Thank you very much. And also helped support our effort to find our new development director, Jennifer Norback. After you gave us some funding to help supplement our revenues, we were able to find Jennifer. We had a great slate of candidates and she rose to the top of that. And by February, she was hired and working for us. Also, since that time, we've been able to secure permanent housing with Peace Lutheran. We have offices there that we rent from them. It's a mutually beneficial rent agreement, and we are also able to use their gallery and their sanctuary as a performance space, which has been wonderful. Really an excellent partnership with them. So a lot has happened, and we are very proud to say that we've achieved our goals for this year. When we hired Jennifer, we told her that really what we were looking to do was set up a strong foundation, and then in that second year get launched with our revenue generation and fundraising. So she has spent this first year working, well, really 7 months, not even a year yet, getting our infrastructure in place, because we'd been using, of course, all these wonderful village resources, but now we had to come up with our own. So we now have a CRM software system that's fully populated with data. We have a volunteer software system so we can track and recruit volunteers. We have Google Analytics and a new refreshed website in place. And we got all of that information that the village had held for us transferred over with a lot of help from Kylie and other folks at the village. So that's been really wonderful. Jennifer's also spent some time getting to know the community, getting to know some of the key players, and that has been exactly what we wanted her to do. And so now as we begin this next segment of our development, we're really starting to focus on that fundraising portion of things. So she's really developed a 2 membership models that we're going to start launching immediately, really. We have our artist membership model. So we're going to have programming for our artists that include what am I trying to think about? Financial receivership for those who don't have nonprofit status, and also a directory for artists that can, so people can find them and other creatives. So we're working on that, and then we'll have a community membership model in order to keep our finances more stable and have opportunities for corporate sponsorship and other things like that. Jennifer's also really worked with Dane Arts. She's now a jurist for them, and we have applied for some grants and received money already from Dane Arts. And we have some new initiatives that are already generating new revenue as well. We can go through some of these slides a little bit if you have. Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. That's just kind of what I just said. Go past. This is our mission. You can see some pictures of some of the things we've done here, and our folks on staff. Jennifer's on staff. We did have an intern over the summer, a temporary intern, and we have had Shelley Norris helped with a new initiative that I'll talk about in a minute called Especially Create Waunakee. She helped develop recipes and set up a training program for apprentices. She's going to transition January 1st to being a part-time volunteer, so that, and all of her salary was paid for through a generous donor, so that did not come out of general funds. We can move on to the next one. This is what I just covered briefly about what Jennifer's done for infrastructure and the ideas about our fundraising and event revenue generation.
By the way,
Okay, so he will stop here. Yeah.
I'll just add that this whole proposal is in your packet. It's also.
Yes, I'm hoping you've had a chance to look at it or will have a chance to look at it. There's a lot of detail in there. So new initiatives, especially Create Waunakee. You may have run into them already at the farmer's market. So this is a program developed by Edgar Steenwinkel, and they make stroopwafels. I don't know if you know what stroopwafels are, but they're thin, crispy waffle cookies with caramel in the center, delicious. And we have young adult students from the Waunakee High School Transition Program who staff that. They're our apprentices. So they make the stroopwafels, they sell them, and we have sold them both at the farmers market and at corporate events, and we are looking into some wholesale initiatives. We've come up with a wonderful partnership with the Village Center. We're able to use their commercial kitchen in order to do all of that. So it's all very Waunakee and local and creative. It's not only a creative thing that we're making, but it's also a creative way to provide meaningful work to people who sometimes have difficulty finding that. So that's been really beneficial. They've generated over $11,000 in revenue. They just about sold out at WHAM in their booth, and have more coming this week. And then our other initiative that we're very proud of is the Groundlings Theater, started by Hannah Nyes. She started on her own and then came under our umbrella, and that's worked out really nicely because they're able to use the sanctuary for a performance space. And they had a very successful production this summer of The Importance of Being Earnest. That generated a lot of attention. They were on 2 TV programs, news programs, and had print and podcast coverage. So that was excellent. We keep the prices low for the audience so that it's accessible for anyone in Waunakee. They're just $5 tickets. And then we're able to generate other revenue through bake sales and donations the day of. And a lot of the people in the productions are from Waunakee as well. So that's also a very local and exciting new venture. You can move on. Waunakee Artisan Market just finished yesterday. It was our most successful year to date, both from the perspective of the revenue that we generated, which was more than double what we've ever made before, and also from the perspective of the artists. And in their surveys that we give out to them, they were all glowing, and most of the artists I spoke to made more money than they'd ever made before, myself included. It was my best year, so that was exciting for me. And we have this wonderful student mentorship program that gets better every year. So we have each student is mentored from spring through summer and taught sort of how to sell their work, and works with professional artists. They work with Lion Road Art to learn how to print their work. And then we help them get their booths set up and find tents and tables and all of that good stuff. So that's a really unique aspect of this program, and that's just Waunakee students. And then they are eligible for a $2,000 scholarship, which is the only arts scholarship in Waunakee. We did some new things this year. We had a raffle, we had a vending machine with art in it, and that all went very well. And we know for sure that one person came from as far as Oregon and the state, not the town. And I know there were some folks who came up from Illinois. So it's bringing people in. I know the local hotels have people who plan to come up every year and they get booked out for this event. New this year, we had the No Hate campaign. That was also this past weekend. And that was where folks could come in and have their photographs taken with No Hate written on their faces. And that turned out to be a very successful program as well. That's not a revenue generator, but it's a community involvement event. And then we have our collaboration with the Piggly Wiggly. We have a twofold collaboration. We have our grocery getaways, which are monthly craft projects at Piggly Wiggly, and also local musicians play while people shop from 5 to 7 once a month. And the musicians are paid a fair wage by Piggly Wiggly. So it's a great opportunity for our local musicians. They're all from Waunakee. And the crafts are free for community. So it's just a community builder and a fun thing to do. And then the Piggly Wiggly also purchases art and other items from creatives in the community. Anybody local can sell their work at the Piggly Wiggly in their floral section. And Piggly Wiggly does something really unique. They buy that outright from the artist at their cost. So they don't make any money from it. The artist then gives a small percentage back to Create Waunakee for the promotion of their work, but otherwise they get all of that. So that's a really unique and cool program. Jennifer this year started the Summer of Print Arts. So we used that beautiful gallery at Peace Lutheran, and we had artists who came from Illinois and California and showed different types of print artwork, which was really fascinating. And they spoke, we had an exhibit opening. And then that same weekend, we partnered with Lion Road Art, where there was a printing workshop. And then we went to Tandem Press, which is an internationally famous press that happens to be here in Madison, and 25 people came on that tour. It was really cool. And we generated some revenue from that, both through donations and for the sale of art. We got a portion of that sale. Coming up soon is something you might want to put on your calendars is Piowa, and that's going to be a screening of a new documentary that's won several awards. And the producer director of that Pie documentary is going to be here to answer questions. So there'll be an exclusive screening at Peace Lutheran. And then Art on Main has had several years now. It's been this great collaboration with Endress Manufacturing. This year we had dragonflies. Artists could choose and decorate the dragonflies, and then those are put up for auction at Walktoberfest. And this year we generated about $3,000 that will be split between the Endress Foundation and Create Waunakee. So lots going on. Oh, last couple of things. Trunk or Treat is coming up. We get about 1,000 children and families who come to that. That's a collaboration with the library. And then we have the Wisconsin Regional Art Program, which is a collaboration with the AWA that Kylie has been doing. This is the 5th year. This year we had Caitlin Walsh from Lion Road Art did a watercolor workshop. And then WAYS, the Waunakee Artistic Youth Showcase, is separate from AWA. That's something that was invented here by Waunakee, by Jess Pagel, and it's for students so that they can show their art in the library as well and participate for free in the workshop, and that's been wildly popular. Okay, financial overview. This is just really to show you that, first I'll have you notice that the expenses for especially Create Waunakee will be much less next year because we won't be paying a person. And as I said, that was all donated money anyway. But the money that we receive from the village still is really helpful to us and is helping us get all of these things launched while we get the fundraising and revenue part worked out. You can go to the next one. I'll show the real numbers. So this gives you an overview of our estimates our year-to-date totals and then those projected 2025 totals. Those are even probably the projected, obviously, are projected. They're not fixed numbers. And we're probably like a little low on the event revenue because we made a lot more at WAM than we thought we would. But the bottom line is that while we're doing okay, we've got enough to keep us going. That piece from the village really makes a difference. The goal is still to be completely financially independent and sustainable within the next couple of 2-3 years. So until then, we would love to still have your generous support to keep us going and so that we can keep all of these great Waunakee programs happening. Any questions about any of that?
Do we have any questions? Jack?
I guess, I'm looking at your budget and the donations unrestricted have gone from 40 down to 5. Do you have the 45,000 down to 5,000? Do you have something in the pipeline that,
We did have some big donations that were specific to getting somebody hired and getting going. We'll obviously still be looking for more donors. Part of getting our CRM system up and running was so that we can start tracking who our best donors are and really targeting some of that and getting a fix on where more money could come from. But a lot of that money was from a couple of specific donations specifically meant for hiring.
Sam?
I don't have any questions other than it also indicates on there, Jack, that they're also probably going to try doing the gala or something like that again. 'Cause
Right.
their event revenue here is what makes up the difference that you identified. Okay.
Aaron?
Well, I'm so excited and congratulations. I feel like I'm like a proud aunt because it's so exciting to see how the committee has blossomed, but that was really an extension of so many different pillars of our community. And so I am just in awe, but also just so thankful and grateful for the hard work you and your core team have really put into this smooth of a transition, really from all the stuff that the village was housing and staff time to being on track for this already is really great. Amazing. The market has turned into what it has and all this stuff. Is there, I think as we look out, other larger needs you would anticipate village need for that even we could share with our audience? How can we get people involved to keep this momentum going?
Ultimately, while the Peace Lutheran has been a wonderful house for us and we're happy to stay there for a while, ultimately we would love a space of our own that for performance, for gallery, for studio space, for education.
Yeah.
That's our long-term goal. And once we sort of get our legs under us, that will be the next thing. We'll be wanting to do some kind of a capital campaign so that we can have a center where all of Waunakee can come and experience all different kinds of creative outlets.
That's very exciting. Thank you, guys.
Right. Chris?
I would just say this is a wonderful program. Many people overlook the arts and it's not supported the way it should be. Create is the best term in my world of this because it's where things happen. And I'm very supportive of this. You look at our community, we have some tremendous sports teams in Waunakee that massive amounts of money go towards and help. And they're needed for that as well. But this is another area I think that we can separate ourselves from other communities as well as just being supportive of the arts in general. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Chris.
Right, Joe?
I'll be real brief. Congratulations on what I think is a fantastic last year. And I really look forward to hopefully another gala because that was a
Great.
heck of a good time.
Noted.
Nyla?
Thank you for the work that you've done and the future work that you will be doing. Also, I want to thank you for the inclusiveness that is involved in your programming. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyla.
Yeah. And I want to thank you for everything you've done and really bringing the arts to life in Waunakee and building this organization and planning for its future. And I agree with Joe. I'm really looking forward to the next gala because that was a lot of fun. I think we're in budget season right now, so we're going to take your request and run the numbers with Renee and bring something back if that's all right with you.
That's great.
All right, great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming out to speak. And before we let you go, any other questions that anyone has? No. Again, thank you for all the work that you've done and congratulations on another successful artisans market.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I hope we see you at some of our events.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Next item on the agenda then, public hearing and discussion and take action on a site plan application and conditional use permit for a solar generation facility at Kennedy Drive. All right. So with that, Todd, or Lauren, there we go.
Yeah, I think I'll start with a presentation and then the applicant would also like to provide a presentation and then we can open it up to public hearing if that makes sense. Okay. All right. So I'm Lauren Freeman, the Deputy Administrator and Community Development Director here at the Village. So I'm just going to kind of do a quick rundown of the application and some key points here. And then obviously feel free to ask questions. So this application is for a site off of Kennedy Drive. It is located in the village of Waunakee. It's between Highway 113 and Kennedy Drive, south of the Savannah Village neighborhood. It's a 112-acre site, but the solar panels would use less than 30 acres. And the site was recently acquired by MG&E. So it used to be the Kennedy family, but recently that switched over to MG&E. And here's another kind of zoomed out outline. As you'll see a little bit later, we did receive an updated site plan application, which actually moves the solar panels a little bit further east. So it's actually further away from this neighborhood to the north, but this kind of shows a zoomed out kind of visual. It's kind of hard to tell exactly where it's at on the site plan itself. So I'll start out with just some basic zoning information on this site. It is zoned A1, which is agricultural/holding district. It's also identified as rural preservation land use in our comprehensive plan. However, utilities, facilities, and substations is a conditional use in A1, so no rezoning is needed for this project. We're simply going through a conditional use permit process for this application. So just a little bit of background on why we're here at Village Board today for this project. So CUPs do require a public hearing. Typically that public hearing and a decision happens at the Plan Commission or in areas that are in the Joint Plan area, it would happen at the Joint Plan Commission. But specifically in our code, it states that Village Board approves CUPs for solar projects specifically. And so with consultation with our attorney, we determined that it actually makes the most sense to bring the public hearing and the decisions to the Village Board so that the Village Board can hear all the public comments at one point and then make a decision. President Runge and I also chatted with Town of Westport just because they do border this area and got their feedback as well. And so I have incorporated some of their feedback into the conditions. So I've just go over the site plan as proposed. As I mentioned, the applicant did submit an updated site plan. The original site plan had panels up here in this northern area. I don't know if you can see my mouse. It's kind of faint, but up in this northern area, the submittal actually moves those panels down to the south. And so the actual project area itself is further away from the Savannah Village neighborhood. So we received that updated site plan last Thursday. So the proposed project is a 6-megawatt solar facility. It would have a 16-foot wide gravel access drive through the site and an 8-foot tall fence. The fence has, holes that would allow for smaller wildlife to go through, but would hopefully block out larger wildlife such as deer or things like that. There's no lighting proposed for the construction or the operation of the facility. And then there are known wetlands on the site, and they will be required to get Wisconsin DNR approval for this project. So village staff have reviewed, we've gone through 2 rounds of review of this project. All the remaining comments we've identified and put into the proposed conditional use permit. So the big one is that they will still need to get DNR approval for both their wetland impact and also the water crossing. They will also need to submit a stormwater maintenance plan. They're basically dealing with stormwater through the vegetation that they've proposed under and around the solar panels. And so they just have to provide a maintenance plan for that. The newer site plan that was just submitted last week has some tighter turns on the gravel access path. So our staff did identify that that might need to be modified, but we'd probably wait until after DNR approval in case solar panels get moved around a little bit. And then the draft CUP requires resolution of all of these engineering comments before our permit would be granted. We also consulted with the fire department and they are present here today for further questions. But as part of that consultation, we did request cooperation from the applicant to develop a pre-fire plan. So basically working with the fire department to look at the site and determine, what measures should be taken to prepare for a potential fire. We are also asking that they ensure that their gravel access road is sufficient for a fire apparatus so it can hold a fire truck if needed. And finally, so the draft CUP includes both of these items that would need to be addressed before the permit is granted. So conditional use permits and specifically solar conditional use permits have a couple of important points that I want the village board to keep in mind as you're listening to the public comments and kind of determining how you're going to make a decision. So in general, CUPs are kind of a great device for allowing decision makers to evaluate the impact of a certain use, like a solar panel, and place conditions on that approval. However, state law does not allow decision-making bodies to deny a CUP unless the applicant does not meet or agree to meet the requirements or conditions. So I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. We've outlined quite a list of conditions that the applicant has agreed to kind of adhere to. And so just keep that in mind as you're discussing this application. Those conditions must be based on substantial evidence. And then state law further drives down on solar projects specifically, allowing restrictions only if 1, they serve public health and safety, 2, do not significantly increase costs or decrease efficiency, and 3, allow for a comparable alternative system. So I'm just gonna go through the draft CUP that I provided in the agenda packet.
Hey, quick pause.
Yeah.
Can you instead present from the podium? The problem is that the screen or your slides aren't showing up downstairs.
No.
But if we present from there, we can live feed both your presentation with the screen behind you.
Okay.
That'd be okay?
So
You
I
can
just
take
need
her,
to sit
you
up
can
there?
take, yeah, from the podium.
Okay.
That'll help folks downstairs.
Sorry. All right. So as I was saying, there's a draft conditional use permit in the agenda packet, which outlines kind of the proposed conditions that we could place on this approval. So I'll go through them here. So the first one is site decommissioning. So the condition basically says if the facility is not operational for 12 months, then they will need to decommission the site and return it to how the land was before. So remove the solar panels and restore the site to the agricultural use. Then the second point is a decommissioning escrow account. So if for some instance this entity goes bankrupt or just leaves, this escrow account will provide funds to the village to decommission the site ourselves. Now, there is a caveat in that condition, which is that if they are regulated by PSC, they would not have to provide an escrow account. And that's because, and Nolan can provide some additional information on this, but entities such as MG&E, who are regulated by the PSC, actually have to do that at a state level, and there are funds held at the state level for that. So they'd be required to decommission it through the state. Another condition is to bury power and communication lines. There's another caveat there if there are geographical issues with doing so. Another condition is to install 25 evergreen trees to provide site screening. That was one of the number one issues that I heard from residents, and so we discussed with the applicant if there's, possible landscaping that we could be installed to help screen the site from neighboring properties. And the applicant was agreeable to that, and we thought evergreens were a good solution because they provide foliage year-round. Another condition is to plant dense perennial vegetation beneath and around solar panels. This is something that the applicant already proposed as part of their project, but we want to make sure that they do what they're saying they're going to do. And so we included that as a condition. That the village engineer oversees the MPDES construction general permit process with the Wisconsin DNR. This is an approval that they'll go through with the state, but we just want to make sure that as they go through that process that our village staff are being looped in and making sure they're meeting village requirements as well. We'd require that there's an independent certification from a qualified engineer of the foundation and design of the solar panel mounts and system. We, as I mentioned before, we would condition that they work with Waunakee Fire Department on a pre-fire plan and gravel access drive, that they would protect and maintain existing vegetation, tree lines and hedgerows. I think that's an important one because there's already existing landscaping around the site that provides visual barriers to the neighbors. And so making sure that they keep those there in addition to the evergreens that are proposed. Another condition is to limit impacts to soil quality and existing grades and address all comments from Strand Associates, the comments that I mentioned earlier and that are also included in the agenda packet. And then finally, these items are not included in the draft that's in your packet, but after our discussion with Westport, I thought it would be important to include as part of the discussion. The first one being potentially screening on the south side of the site. There's a proposed, or I think going in, a housing development on the south side that they thought it would be helpful to add some site screening there as well. A road use agreement for Highway 113. This would be to ensure that no damage happens to that road as part of the construction project. So they would sign an agreement that basically outlines what they would have to do if they did damage the road. And then finally, obtain a driveway permit from Town of Westport because that Kennedy Drive access would be in Town of Westport. And I believe that's the end of my presentation. So I'm going to turn it, unless people have questions, I will turn it over to the applicant for their presentation.
Why don't we hear from the applicant first, and then we can come do the hearing and come back for questions.
Lauren, could you please introduce our attorney though, so the village board is aware of our representation?
Absolutely, and my apologies. We have Richard Heineman with Boardman and Clark here today to help with any legal questions that pop up during this discussion.
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you, Richard. Thanks for coming tonight.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, can everyone hear me all right? My name's Nolan Stumpf. I work with One Energy Renewables, project management and development, and the project manager for this site, which we're calling the 6 Mile Solar Project. So a little bit about us and our team. I'm here with my boss, Eric, as well, who we both live in Madison. I live on Sherman Road, just on the north side. So a little bit about One Energy to get us started. So we're an employee-owned developer of community scale solar projects, founded in 2009. Our Midwest team based in Madison works throughout Wisconsin, but we focus on developing, engineering, and constructing and operating solar projects like this throughout the state. Our projects emphasize on interconnecting to the local distribution grid rather than the transmission system and serve local loads. We're also a public benefit corporation, so it's ingrained into our company's bylaws to pursue public benefit and strive to operate in a responsible, sustainable manner, as along with traditional business objectives. This next slide shows kind of a map of the projects that we built over the last 6 years. So we've constructed 55 projects. About, I think, 39 of those in Wisconsin. That's the nearest in operation are Tido and Strict Solar, which are both in the city of Fitchburg, constructed over the last few years. And in this summer, we're constructing 20 projects in Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. The nearest one that our team's doing is called Rock Lake Solar in Jefferson County and in the town of Waterloo. So one of the most common questions we get asked is why do we choose this site for the project? And there's three main components that go into that. One being the suitable physical site, so the land is flat and free of environmental constraints that prohibit development, like floodplains and shallow bedrock. We also screen with the DNR, Critical Habitat for Wildlife, and consulted with them over the last few years. Also nearby infrastructure, so there's a Madison Gas and Electric substation to the south, and three-phase or in an easily extendable three-phase line to the site to interconnect the project directly. Therefore, not requiring large cost to infrastructure or the distribution grid that would prohibit the feasibility of the project. And then third is an interested landowner partner who's interested in hosting a project for 30 to 50 years. We initially were working with the Kennedy family on a land lease option, and they decided that it was best for their family to explore selling the property. So they worked with MG&E directly on that, and so MG&E will be is the owner of the property now, and the project will essentially be leased from them as well. So here's a map that shows kind of a higher level zoomed out picture of the solar project, and then it kind of got cut off here, but the substation is just to the south there. So here we're going to talk about some of the project components, and the first one being the bifacial solar panels. So these are monocrystalline photovoltaic solar panels, which make up over 95% of the solar technology that's deployed today. So bifacial means that they're two-faced. They can absorb energy from both sides. Lots of sunlight bounces off of vegetation and snow in the winter, and that boosts efficiency of the project quite a bit. They're about the size of a large door, and about at maximum tilt, they're about 8 to 10 feet tall. That depends on topography, which I'll talk about in a second. When they're horizontal, which would be at noon or during the middle of the day, they're about 6.5 feet tall. Those are mounted on a single axis tracker, which is a steel torque tube that runs directly north and south throughout the entire project. The single axis tracker means that the panels track the sun throughout the day from east to west. That also boosts the efficiency along with the bifacial panels, and makes solar one of the cheapest forms of electricity on the grid today in Wisconsin. So the single axis tracker is that central pivot axis, hence why all the rows run north to south. Those are about 6 feet tall, depending on topography again. So the steel piles, which is really the racking system, those are directly driven into the soil with the pile driver. There's no concrete or other casing in that support structure in the ground. Those are driven about 8 to 12 feet, depending on soil bedrock. And they stick out about 5 feet out of the ground. Our approach is to spend more on steel and use longer I-beams to allow for less grading on site. So you can imagine keeping the kind of small undulations in the land and having differing lengths of I-beams that all end up on the same plane to allow the tracker to be flat. Next slide, please. So some of the electrical components are inverters. Those convert the DC electricity generated by the solar panels themselves into AC electricity, which is usable on the grid and in homes and businesses and such. And then transformers, which you're probably also familiar with. They're outside of commercial buildings and like a school or a shopping mall. And those step up the voltage to meet the distribution system voltage. These components are centrally located in the site, which I'll show you on the site plan, near the kind of where the driveway is for operations and maintenance reasons. They're also surrounded with a gravel pad due to National Electric Code. The rest of the project is vegetated. Lauren talked about the agricultural style perimeter fence. So that's a woven wire fence, 8 feet tall, similar to what you would see around like an orchard. And that height is also due to National Electric Code. So here's kind of shows the site plan more kind of zoomed in a little bit. So obviously located north of Kennedy Drive and west of Highway 113. It's about 27.7 acres within the fence, and expected to produce a 6 megawatt project in this location, about 12 million kilowatt hours per year, which is about the energy needs of 1,600 average Wisconsin households. So there's an existing single phase line, but due to the close proximity to the substation, that expanding to 3 phase is quite economical. And then the surrounding land use is unchanged by this solar project proposal. The next slide kind of shows the 2 site plans side by side. So you can see the northern array, kind of subarray, was moved to the south closest to the road. And that results in the solar panel, the nearest panel in that northwest corner being over 1,000 feet from the nearest home. So yeah, next slide, please. So like I said before, the only parts that are gravel are the road and then around the electrical equipment there. But the rest of the site is permanently vegetated with either a native pollinator prairie seed mix, which provides habitat for pollinators, insects, small birds, and small wildlife, or a pasture seed mix for sheep grazing. It's also known as agrivoltaics, which is kind of a combination of agriculture and photovoltaics in academia, but that's producing food, fiber, and energy with sheep grazing on the same property. So like I said before, we conduct less grading by spending more on steel, which is a differentiator and important concept for us to maintain existing topography and hydrology of the site, and also easier to return to agriculture or the current use at the end of the useful life. So a little bit more about our land stewardship approach to the projects that we construct. I hope that you can hear me better. So pollinator boosts are really important for nearby agricultural and other uses. 75% of the food we eat depends on pollinators. And the deep-rooted prairie pasture grasses, they improve soil nutrients over time and improve water infiltration. There are more plant units per square foot than there are in traditional row cropped agriculture. And the root systems of these plants are much deeper and denser than other traditional crops. So that really allows water to infiltrate more into the soil and not run off. And that's part of our, as the staff report kind of summarized, that's really one of our stormwater and sediment reduction mechanisms. It's really kind of been championed by the DNR as well for these ground-mounted solar projects. And that's basically the kind of to touch on that stormwater permitting, in order to construct and be approved for construction, the runoff of the site has to be at least the same or better than what it is today. So a little bit about vegetation establishment. It takes a couple of years to, restore a prairie. We had a volunteer event over at the Westport Prairie, and so a lot of our staff members got hands-on experience on what that's kind of like. But The site will be planted with a cover crop prior to construction, and we conserve topsoil throughout the site. And then that permanent seed mix is installed post-construction. And then for the pollinator kind of prairie seed mix, those are mowed maybe 3 times a year in year 1, and then 2 times in subsequent years. Here's a few photos of some of our projects, including one in Minnesota that the landowner is a fruit and vegetable farmer, and they've been just this year planting some herbs and vegetables between the rows of that project. So just to touch on this again, we've partnered with nearby farmers who are paid to manage vegetation with sheep on site. This enables agricultural production of food and fiber along with the energy production on site. And that has really shown to improve the nutrients in the pasture grasses and help sheep stay cool in the hot summers as well. So talk through a few of the community benefits of this distributed generation projects. So these projects provide grid stabilization and energy independence for the local utility. So serving local distribution grid can help stabilize the grid and reduce or delay need for upgrades once there's a local generating asset on that distribution system. So that reduces the need to import fuel from out of state or out of country, and also reduce the need to transmit energy long distances since there's a local generating asset on that substation. These projects also create lots of jobs. Solar installers, one of the fastest growing jobs in the country. And we support workforce development with various partners, including the Midwest Renewable Energy Association, based here in Wisconsin. We also love to provide tours of our projects. We host tours of the Strix and Tidal projects in Fitchburg all the time. And we really like to go out and meet classrooms. Here's a picture of me and my colleagues up near Fond du Lac doing a tour of a project that was built last year. And then we also have a panel donation project where we work with our utility partners to provide a panel donation and a cash donation to install a small solar system at the local school district at one of their locations to reduce overhead. There's a picture of a few of those ribbon cutting events. And then I have a few slides about frequently asked questions. This first one is about permitting and ownership. So the land is zoned for A1. A lot of this was kind of discussed in the staff report, so I'll try to summarize quickly. But basically, any future owners of the project must follow and comply with the contents of the improved CUP and application materials, as well as all other permits acquired. Project costs. So utility solar is is the lowest unsubsidized cost of new energy on the grid. In fact, 75% of new energy added to the US grid in 2025 so far is solar. So you can see this graph shows from 2009 to 2025, the drop in the levelized cost of electricity for utility scale solar in the yellow there. Rooftops. So a lot of people ask, why are we putting solar on farmland and not on rooftops? But solar on rooftops, basically they produce 40% less energy per unit. And the cost of installing roof-mounted system is about 50% more expensive per panel. So it's really kind of an economies of scale idea there. And then to follow up with that, the use of farmland. Farmers are already contributing to the energy independence of our country. About 30% of corn in Wisconsin is used for ethanol production. Highly efficient single axis tracking solar with bifacial panels like the projects that we develop and construct generate about 100 times more energy per acre than corn ethanol. And using just 1.5% of current pasture and rangeland in the US could produce enough energy to run half our economy by 2050. Most of which, like we are doing across the state and in the Midwest, could also be used to provide forage. So it's kind of summarizing some other impacts. So we conducted a third-party glare study that showed that there'd be no glare produced by the project. Noise level at a project fence are about 45 decibels and completely silent at night. So there would be no audible noise at even the project fence, let alone the property boundary. There's no critical habitat or species impacted, no odor generated by solar projects. In terms of traffic, the post-construction, it's really for operations and maintenance, mostly for vegetation and to check on some of the electrical equipment. It's really only 1 or 2 trucks a month. And then during construction, it's about 30 total. And then other permits, as staff mentioned, the Wisconsin DNR stormwater erosion control permit, and then the National Electric Code and National Electric Safety Code compliant, all of our projects must follow those as well. So health and safety. So solar projects are completely safe for people, livestock, and wildlife. They don't leach chemicals. They don't create heat zones, radiation, or cause storms. They also don't cause stray voltage. They're required to be tested before they connect to the grid. And these are extremely grounded systems. There's steel posts going in the ground about every 20 feet. So we've had studies conducted on previous projects that show that there's no stray voltage, but we get asked that a lot by dairy farmers and such. And then property values came up a lot in some of the feedback. So we have projects located in rural and suburban areas and haven't had any reports of decreased property values on transactions post-construction. In 2018, the Chisaga County, Minnesota assessor conducted a report to their county board. They've had solar projects like this for years, going back for years, and they found no adverse impact on surrounding property values. I cited a couple other ones. I don't think I need to go in too much into detail, but just as a high level, in 2024, 70 utility scale solar projects from the Midwest were analyzed using property values from Zillow and showed an increase in property values by roughly 0.5 to 2% in projects sub 20 megawatts, had a more positive impact on property values than projects larger than 20 megawatts. Another study in 2023 on about 1.8 million homes shows the effect on property values is very small, varies by state, and actually had a positive effect about a third of the time. And then pretty recently, there was the largest study to date. This was on 8.3 million properties and examined heterogeneity across property value impacts. And this paper found that the average effect in the Midwest was positive. So removal, this was discussed quite a bit, but the decommissioning plan we submitted requires that all components be removed from the site. The project owner is responsible for decommissioning, so not the municipality. And we work with, certified electronics recyclers. But most of the time when like panels break, it's during construction, when they're delivered. And so, yeah, there's companies called the Retrofit Company in Minnesota, on Tillity, based in Illinois and Tennessee, that have supply chains for, recycling solar panels. Thus, in the steel racking, copper wire transformers retain significant salvage value throughout the life of the system as well. And then, there's my contact information and some additional links. And then the rest of the slides in the presentation are just the site plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the time, Nolan. All right, Lauren, should we open it up? All right, we will open up the public hearing at 7:06. Public hearing comments, as with public comments. I need to be limited to 3 minutes. If you are online and would like to make a comment, we can take comments online from Waunakee residents only. You should turn in a purple form to Carla. Carla will call you to the podium, make sure the green light is on, and speak into the microphone so those at home can hear you and so that we can also get, and no, yes, also no back and forth. So this isn't a time to talk to your neighbors or ask people to greet and with us as well. Yes, thank you very much, Sam. All right.
Well,
Let-
after.
Afterward.
Let the public hearing
Yeah.
happen first.
And so, no, you should
No.
not respect it. Thank you very much, Aaron. Yeah, it's been a while since we've had a big public hearing. All right, so with that, Carla. About about the process?
Of the applicant.
You can, and we will answer after the public comment for public hearing is over.
The answer is not part of your 3 minutes.
Yes.
So the first public hearing comment is Holly Spizensky at 1201 Woodbridge Trail in Waunakee, registered in opposition. Rhonda Thompson, Yahara Estates, 38 lots in Westport, registered in opposition. Philip Gantz,
One quick clarification.
Mhm.
You're reading those who didn't indicate interest in speaking, but want the board to know of their stance on the subject. So she's
Okay.
going through those first. for you.
Thank you.
I'm going through in order that I was given the forms, so I apologize. It's going to be a little bit of a mix.
Okay.
So Philip Gantz at 1261 Hanover Trail has a public comment to make. So if you could come up to the podium and make sure the green button is pushed, we'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you. There's a lot of things I could say, but I only have 3 minutes. The biggest thing I'll say is the reason we're here is because the village has a comprehensive plan, lays out usages, lays out conditions for CUP issuance. And we wouldn't be here if there wasn't a question whether it fit or not. It is listed, the CUP usages are listed as utilities and buildings, not solar generation facilities. So, the way the comprehensive plan's laid out, it's supposed to remain agriculture or open land through 2035. This is a fenced industrial scale solar facility, doesn't meet the intent of the CUP item. And I'd be interested to hear legal's opinion on that as well. There's no precedent in Waunakee for this. Each individual municipality has its own precedent for cup issuance. So you'd be setting a precedent here where you allow one under this, and there's nothing you can do to either improve or to move these facilities to where they need to go. The other thing I would say is, why can't we have a balanced path? All this seems very rushed. Notifications changed, ownership was filed without any change. I don't know why. We haven't heard why. It's all been laid out. We've heard some statistics about, property value. The report isn't wrong. However, property values in that 8 million case study include farmland. Farmland's increased significantly when you put solar on it for obvious reasons. Residential, as noted, in the Midwest, and that study was done, includes UW Madison studies, show that it does not improve residential when it's located. It also specifically says in that study that this is not to be used for facilities that are located within view of a solar facility. So, I would encourage you to read that full report instead of just taking, some items that have been cherry picked. So, again, balanced path. I think we should have a right as a village to say where these go as a board. I don't feel like, legal precedents should push something like this when it hasn't been set. Especially when it's, the threat is that a large company that can effectively recoup all the fees and costs related to legal through One Energy could just put it into their utility rates for the next year as part of their capital expenditure request to the PSC. So with that, I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Manish and Sangeeta Pankar at 1303 Lawton Court, registered in opposition. Amber Epp, 1227 Bongard Drive, registered in opposition. Suzanne Carroll, 1222 Bongard Drive.
So thanks, everybody. A lot of misinformation in that presentation earlier. So, and that's a little disturbing. So one of the comments made was there will be no homes within 1,000 feet. There is in fact one house that's probably 65 feet from even the new plan. And you can't see it because of course they've made this so that you can't actually see the homes that are in the facility. But I also wanted to comment that when Lauren came up, she noted the A1 zoning. Similar to Phil's interpretation, that's an interpretation of that language, that utilities and facilities and substations is an interpretation. It does not specifically spell out solar. In that, if you're looking at that, when you think about that, the context utilities would actually not include power plants. So I think there needs to be a little bit of work done from a legal perspective to actually look at that assumption that we need to do this. So to start my prepared remarks, as of probably an hour ago, we had 229 members of the community that have signed a petition opposing the One Energy 6 Mile Solar Project. And I think you can see the number of people that are here this evening opposing it. You're probably asking why. I think a lot of folks know that, but solar developers that presented tonight, MG&E, and the rest of the community are really going to pay the price for this in real ways, in measurable ways, and in lasting ways. The recent change to the plan does not solve our issues, and it doesn't solve the problems with the proposal. First, the property values. You heard Phil talk about this. This largest and most detailed study available, the 8.3 million residential transactions within 6 miles of solar farms in the US, show that homes near solar farms, especially those with direct views, can lose up to 7.9% of their value, with the average value loss of 4.8% within a 3-mile radius. This is the largest study that has been done. And I think cherry picking some of the results is not the right way to go about it. Actually read the study, you will see that. And frankly, common sense tells you, you buy a house, you pay a premium for that house. The house has open views in the back. You're gonna put a huge solar farm within 1,000 feet of that house and somebody's gonna say, that's fantastic. I'm for sure gonna pay a premium for that. That's completely untrue, and I think everybody knows that. Second, there are serious health and safety risks. Even with, yes. Can I just have one more minute, please? So everybody else gets an hour to talk and we get 3 minutes.
I'll give them my time.
I'm afraid we're not allowed to do that. If you want to make your own comment and continue whatever she was saying. Again, this is not meant to be back and forth, so there'll be order in the audience. If you cannot maintain order, then we will ask you to leave. Okay, so that is the warning. So again, we appreciate everybody coming out, but this is high emotions here tonight and we need to keep this calm and respectful for everybody involved. So Carla, next person, please.
Wade Huey at 1411 Montadon Ave.
Excuse me. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the time tonight. There's been a lot of talk about the zoning and how it's zoned, so I'll be brief in my remarks about that, but it's more about how we're using our comprehensive plan within Waunakee, right? Our plan this is currently designed as A1 agriculture design as prime farmland and falls within an area classified within the comprehensive plan as rural preservation, with development limitations due to wetlands and environmental sensitivity. The comprehensive plan defines rural preservation as areas that are meant to be and remain predominantly agriculture or open space in order to protect, excuse me, the natural resources and preserve the rural character of our community. It also states that development should only occur after the land in Waunakee in the urban service area is fully utilized, which is not expected before 2035, and that exceptions, if any, must be located in non-prime agriculture areas. The One Energy proposal contradicts all of these conditions. It seeks to convert prime farmland and protected rural land into commercial use. Approving the project would set a dangerous precedent, as we've heard already as well, allowing protected agricultural land and to be industrialized despite clear and specific policies designed to prevent exactly that. It undermines the trust in our planning process, disregards our community voices, and risks long-term harm to the rural fabric that defines this town. So again, the one slide that was interesting in the presentation that I'll highlight is all of our land across the state and our surrounding states is being chewed up by this a bit. So I just think we should really be careful and thoughtful about how we're going to use this land. This land was never meant to be developed for commercial energy production. It was meant to stay rural. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Wade, for coming out. Next person.
Jim Krafchek at 1209 Dartmouth Drive.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me at least speak for my 3 minutes. I'm not going to get into the detail that I had originally talked about because we don't have enough time in the 3 minutes, but the home values for people, you have to understand, it's not just us that are in Savannah Village, okay? There's a breakdown between a half a mile radius, you have a direct sight view, someone that's within a half mile that's not. Home values are, at least from the study that Suzanne had talked about, go from a 7.9% home value reduction with direct sight to 7.2% for up to a half a mile non-direct sight, and up to 3 miles away goes to 4.8%. So everyone that's in this room or in basically the village of Waunakee is going to be affected by this. Number one. Number two, the economic impact, the tax loss that this is going to generate. So if homes do go down in Waunakee, we did a calculation. It is going to be close to about a $575,000 hit to tax dollars to the village. So that's something you folks have to figure out what's going to happen if these things do happen. Last but not least, to keep it close, you know, I moved out here about 1.5 years ago because I wanted to get out of the Madison area and get into a village community, and I thought this was it. And personally, I don't understand why this isn't something that's not on a referendum vote to the entire village of Waunakee, not just what's going to happen here tonight. Last but not least, I gotta get back to this. It's your duty as the trustees of this community to protect the long-term interest of the community. Allowing this project to move forward would only erode the property values, but also undermine the public interest and trust that has been set precedent for future land use development. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim.
Catherine Arena at 1306 Hanover Court.
Just give me a moment. My name's Catherine. I'm here to speak against the placement of the solar farm in our community and to raise awareness of the health risk and the legal concerns tied to this project. First, let us talk about health hazards. While solar energy is often promoted as clean, green, solar farms bring real risk to nearby residents. One major concern is electric
magnetic radiation. Studies suggest that it may increase the risk of headaches, sleep disorders, neurological issues, and many people have it gets worse as the closer your home is to the solar farm. Another serious concern is chemical exposure. They painted a beautiful picture of these solar panels. These solar panels have hazardous materials. So what happens when we have a hailstorm and they're damaged and those hazardous materials leak into our land, our water, our lakes, our rivers? Studies also show, he said that there's no heat island. I don't know of any solar panels that don't create heat island. Heat island will cause our properties that are nearby the solar farm to increase 5 to 9% in temperature. We have elderly people in our community. What do you think raising the temperature in the middle of summer is going to do to some of our elderly people that already have health issues? As you just heard, the other problem is they say they didn't even address it. They didn't even address the sound. And that's why I had to play. They make it sound like it's a light humming noise is how they describe it. You guys just heard a real video of real people, real neighborhoods that have to put up with this 24/7. Do you guys want that in your backyard? You can't enjoy your backyard if you're sitting there 24/7 and hearing that, not just as humans, but what about our pets? They are sensitive to hearing. So what about that? The next thing, I just want you guys to remember, please remember what happened when Hy-Vee tried to win us over with promises. We were sold a vision that never fully came to life. Now we're seeing the same playback with Energy One. They're making big promises to gain our support, such as trees. They don't mention if we're going to have full-grown trees or miniature trees planted. But there's a difference. If this project is approved, the village will have no control and no say and no accountability to them. They will not legally be able to do a thing to them.
Thank
on
you,
the
Catherine.
promises.
We appreciate the time you took today. Next up,
Lynn King at 1316 Hanover Court.
Good evening is this on?
it is.
Thank you. To elected officials and to Waunakee residents. In addition to the health and safety risks that have already been discussed with this proposed field, if approved, nearby homes will be will suffer drastically with regard to the character of what they see. A big part of this early on, this part of our objections was discounted, but we can't discount that part of it. I'll tell you this, my wife and I moved here 4 years ago from California because I was very familiar with Waunakee. I knew what this place was like. We came because of how it was situated. We came because it had a great school system, and we knew what that meant. Plus, I'm originally from the Midwest. I know what that means. And with this project, it's going to undermine all the things, I believe, all the things that Waunakee stands for. If you want to take a look around the Madison area, you tell me where there's a place that's nicer to live than Waunakee. You tell me where there's nicer people to live by than Waunakee. We have to be able to look at that and as a group say, we got to protect that. We've got to move forward in a way that makes sense for this community. This project, this request, and this is what I ask of the elected officials, dig deep into this because this project, this request is going to change Waunakee forever. It'll be something that we don't want to have as a community. It's the way it is. So the fact is that this request actually is a complete violation of our comprehensive plan. There's no benefit to Waunakee in any way, shape, or form. Why would MGE purchase that land? I can tell you why. Because this is going to, in terms of the location of their power source place, It's going to be the closest place to do it, and we're going to pay the freight on this. There's no way this makes sense for Waunakee. So I urge you, if you really want to destroy the specialness of this community and what we accomplish in this community, okay, this plan. I urge you not to.
Thank you, Lynn. Carla?
Yelena Krakova at 1220 Vanguard Drive. Is this ready to go? Okay, good evening. I'd like to address the basis for rejecting this permit, as Waunakee's ordinance outlines clear decision-making criteria, along with our data and third-party studies that provide multiple valid, legally defensible reasons for denial. The ordinance criteria encompasses health, safety, welfare, economic prosperity of both the village and the immediate neighborhood of where I live. Yet, this project offers no local benefit or improvements to any of these areas, and if approved, would only bring drawbacks. This project destroys the site's rural preservation, which is the characterization set forth in our Waunakee Community Plan. There will be long-term quality of life impacts like increased train noise due to vegetation removal, the total loss of our rural natural views replaced by industrial fencing and metal arrays, as well as wildlife impacts. We will have to deal with health hazards such as heat island effect, risk of fire, constant proximity to high voltage industrial site. Despite what the proposal states, there are studies supporting my position that should be considered in your decision making. Beyond eliminating rural preservation, the most concerning negative impact is property value loss. Based on the most relevant and existing studies, those have been cited by the proposal, they show nearby home values lose close to 8% in value, which creates a tax loss revenue for the village, and it would be fiscally irresponsible to approve this permit. Also, Waunakee will receive none of the energy produced by this solar installation, leaving non-local providers as the only beneficiaries, while our residents, village, and environment bear the cost and risk. This isn't just a land use decision. It's a decision about who we prioritize, who gains the benefits, and you are obligated to prioritize the immediately impacted neighborhood. If this permit is approved, it will change the landscape of Waunakee, allowing other energy providers to target farmland next to our neighborhoods, a future none of us want in our community. I and members of this community demand you reject this permit for the good of Waunakee. If you move this forward, then you need to be prepared with a justification of why you are not upholding the decision-making criteria in our Waunakee ordinance, as I and others in our community are looking to you for responsibility and accountability to advocate on our behalf and deny this permit.
So, Carla, before we go on, we are 30 minutes into the hearing, and there are some themes. I'm noticing some repetition here. We're concerned about who benefits, some scientific concerns around heat islands, wildlife impact, loss of views, loss of rural characterization, several concerns around violating what is perceived to be the intent of the comp plan, concerns around benefits, concern around magnetic radiation. I would invite people, if you are interested in registering your opposition, but don't want to repeat those arguments, to take the podium and give your name and your address. Other than that, if people do have novel or new points that they would like to add, that's also welcome. So with that, we won't shut anybody down from speaking, but we're 30 minutes in and I'm looking at the number of people in the room, and you can register if you're willing to say something. Okay. Carla, next
Well,
up then.
To be clear, everybody who registered to speak can speak.
Yes.
President Runge's
Yes.
asking.
I'm not telling you you
things
cannot
that-
speak, but I am saying that there's kind of a pattern here.
Yeah, if you want to
So-
register as opposed, you can say ditto,
Uh,
give your address and name and.
Thank
the
you, Todd,
village
for
photo.
clarifying that. Yeah. We were listening, but yes, if you're interested in speaking, then next up, I guess.
So I have a written comment to be read.
Okay.
From Lena Sherikazova at 1408 Eldorado Court. and this will be timed as well for 3 minutes. Good evening. Tonight, I'd like to highlight a major concern that hasn't received enough attention, the financial structure behind this project and how it puts our community at risk. The proposed One Energy 6-mile solar project is being financed through a vehicle that is not just a financial technicality, it has real consequences for us as a host community. The financial structure is essentially a shell company, a legally separate entity created to own and operate a single project. It exists to protect the parent company, in this case, One Energy, from financial and legal responsibilities. Here's what that means in practical terms. All contracts, including land leases, construction, and maintenance agreements, are signed with the limited liability financial structure, not One Energy. If something goes wrong, bankruptcy, damage, fire, contamination, or abandonment, the parent company is not responsible unless they've made very specific legal guarantees. So if this project fails, or if costs overrun, if equipment breaks, or if cleanup is needed down the line, One Energy can walk away and the SPV would simply dissolve, leaving the community with the mess. What happens then? We could be left with abandoned solar infrastructure, contaminated soil, or compacted land that's no longer usable. If erosion, runoff, glare, or noise complaints arise, the LLC may not have the staff or the funds to respond. And the parent company can claim, not our problem. On top of that, these financial structures are often sold to new owners soon after construction. Promises made during the approval process, the community engagement, site restoration, long-term maintenance can disappear overnight. The company making the promises may no longer own the project a year from now. The structure is designed to protect investors, not residents. It limits liability, shifts risk, and makes it hard, if not impossible, to hold anyone accountable when things go wrong. Approving this project under a limited liability model means taking a leap of faith that the company and any future owners will act in good faith, honor their commitments, and prioritize community well-being. But faith isn't a strategy. Legal accountability is. And right now, the structure offers very little of that. For the sake of our residents, our land, and our long-term interests, I urge you to consider this financial model a major red flag and a reason to say no to this project.
And who do we have up next?
Laura Hack at 1421 Nels Court, Waunakee.
Do I have to push anything? Oh.
Nope, on the other mic.
Oh, sorry. Yep, we're good. Okay, thank you. First of all, thank you for your time. My name is Laura Hack, and I am urging this board to vote no for the CUP. I checked with the DNR. They got back to me today. There's no wetland delineation on file, which is foundational step in responsible renewable energy development. If this is not yet done, what other shortcuts will they take? This delineation is necessary and identifies the location, size, type of wetlands to avoid or minimize impacts to these protected areas. The other thing is that MGE bought this land before the CUP has even been approved. They bought the 30 acres plus another 40 right next door. Do you hear Plan Phase 2? Wetlands, there are natural resources. Once they are destroyed, there is no turning back. And I want to just let you guys know that construction activity, shading the ground, all of these things that go on the land are going to disrupt the wildlife that are there. I saw sheep. I was laughing because, first of all, you grow and you plant this vegetation. Who's going to take care of it? How many of y'all have weeds in your yard that you don't get to, and they get to be about this tall, and I know they're going to mow 3 times a year? Have you heard of fire hazard? Just Google fire hazards for solar farms. They're out there. There was one just a couple weeks ago. Just Google it. They're real. Fire department. I heard that there's going to be a corner that they're going to they're changing in the new plan that they just submitted last week. How's a fire truck going to get into there? And though it's centrally located, those inverters and transformers are in the middle. Okay. There was a lightning strike across the street from my house years and years and years ago, and they had to rebuild that house because the fire department, love them, could not get to that house in time to save it. This is further, and it's also Northport Fire Department. They're very far from this location. This is the furthest location from our fire department, which there's also an issue with our fire department. What's going on with that? So fire hazard is very real. If you're concerned about residents suing or anybody suing, if there's a fire and it breaks out and homes are destroyed, lives are taken, I don't want to go there. Anyway, I want you guys to vote no to this conditional use permit also because, as people have said before, I want to read what this our comp plan actually says. The standards for approval, section 133.936. The uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already permitted shall be in no foreseeable manner substantially impaired or diminished. Diminished, okay? And safety, morals, comfort,
you.
or general welfare should not be in danger.
Laura, thanks for coming out tonight. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, next up,
Scott-
Carla.
Scott DeGolier at 1149 Bluebird Trail. Okay.
Good evening. I was going to speak about wildlife, but there've been a lot of people that have talked about that. So I'm going to talk about 25 years ago when I was brought out to this great area to build a home. Somebody took me on a tour. The area, we were out walking around through all of this wilderness and nice area. It was fantastic. We decided to build a home there. We were house number 6 out in Savannah Village. And now putting this in, I'm really concerned about what that's going to do for that entire area out there. And I really urge you to vote no on this project. I feel for all the people that are going to have to look out at this. I personally don't have to, but I feel strongly against the fact that this is going to go there. Driving around the state and you see these solar panels all over. And I don't know about anybody else, but do you enjoy driving down a country road and just seeing acres and acres of these solar panels? I don't. I'd rather look at corn for 4 hours. So again, I just urge you to vote against that. And I just want to go on record with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Scott.
John Aronica at 1222 Bongard Drive.
Thank you. I just wanted you to know that I got a call from Macy's just before the hearing, and they sold out all the lipstick in the cosmetic department. Somebody bought it all, because you know what? They're talking about farm animals. That's where they're going to use the lipstick. What is amazing to me is that you've given a tremendous amount of time to these people to talk about and just blow a lot of smoke. But yet you restrict us to 3 minutes each. And in addition to that, nobody actually asked us for our opinions to sit down to discuss what we would like to see as resolution of this issue. You're talking about trees. How did you come up with 25 trees? That was going to shield 25 trees? You're talking about 30 acres. However they want to configure it, whether they want to take that piece out or not, it's still 30 acres. All the things that they're talking about, they make it sound as though the land is barren. There's no animals there. There's no wetlands. There isn't anything. So they're going to come in and be heroes to give us this. We don't want this. The other thing I want to make sure everyone understands is we are not against solar energy. That is not our issue. Our issue is that it's inappropriate where it's located, where they want to put it. And just because it happens to be close to the grid, we don't care about that. We care about our own preservation of our own land. We don't need the solar farm here. Let them put it someplace else, or don't put it anyplace. I think that, and I also want to mention that I am on two village boards. I'm on the Board of Appeals and I am on the Board of Review. So I know what the process is. And I know how voices get limited. Each one of you has received probably 50 pages of documents that we've sent you. I don't know whether or not you've read it, but you really should. And especially the studies that they're talking about, it's selective, okay, information that they want to put out to try to pull the wool over your eyes. We have looked at the data very carefully. And for you to take the position, or might take the position, that we're full of crap and they're telling the truth, that's outrageous. And remember one thing, you're all our neighbors. This is a 30 to 50 year project. We'll see it for 30 to 50 years. And if there's a disaster, your pictures will be on every one of those solar panels. That's pretty serious business. And to reduce it down to 3 minutes of conversation here, without an in-depth, to bind us for 30 to 50 years, and you think that's perfectly, hey, it's just cavalier. I think you really need to consider this seriously. This is probably the most consequential decision you guys will ever make. Okay?
I will also point out that let's try to keep emotion even here. We are all neighbors. We are all community members. I don't think any of us up here is interested in making a decision that that hurts anybody. So please keep that in mind when you're making your comments. All right, next person.
Kristen, I should have preempted this to say that every comment that Lauren received for the board, or that I received, or that was received through the mail, you have in front of you. You have copies of it, and some of it was forwarded before, but anything we got recently, just so everybody knows we are transporting. Okay, so Tracy Kraftcheck at 1209 Dartmouth Drive.
Hi, thank you for tonight. I just want to really address the wildlife, the environment is going to ruin the environment, especially animals. I know we talked about this before, but we got the cranes, we got the deer, we got the eagles, everything. And not only that, is going to affect all the residents. Doesn't matter, just behind Savannah Village, all of us are going to be impacted by this. So I really care about nature and the animals. Where are they going to go? You're just going to shoot them out. Well, move them out more like. But I feel that we need to protect the animals and protect the nature and environment. It's really important to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
So next is Susan Porter at 3907 Hepker Road, Madison, and registered in opposition. Craig Nelson at 1262 Hanover Trail.
Number 1262 Hanover Trail is? I know you do. It's right at that little point where they come together there. Quarter mile, okay? We've heard about property values. If you think it's 8% at a half mile, what do you think it is at 360 feet? And I know they've backed this up. That's phase one today, guys, right? MG&E owns it. The whole thing. Phase two is coming right back here, okay? Phase three is over here. Now, Lauren, you said we could ask questions. I want an answer to this, or I'll ask for it through open records. When did discussions start between you and One Energy?
And again, this is not call and response. They'll be ordering the audience or we'll start.
Tell me
the
later,
room.
but I want an answer to it because I bet you it was shortly before, or even very before, you raised my property value to 1.1 million at that point, the highest value on Hanover Trail. You folks owe me a change because you know it, you knew this stuff was going on, and we're going to find out the truth. So, if you have not yet talked to the Ho-Chunk Nation, what you have on your website is a joke. You say you work in planning with them and discussions with them. You don't have the right to vote here. One thing Lauren also said tonight, that you must approve this. We've heard that in talking to the trustees, that this is embedded in your thinking already. That is not true. If you have a higher and better use for it, you do not have to approve this. On end of Bongard, water, sewer, electric, all there, provided by Mr. Tierney, sitting over here. Much higher and better use that's actually going to improve the tax base of our village. a benefit to the village. You can do a couple things at this point. You can deny, you can approve, you can defer, you can ask for 45 days, you can approve with considerations. 25 trees, I can get 25 evergreens this big. You got to control this, Lauren. You're the development director. Being vague is not going to work. So, rural preservation, we've heard about that. I want to speak to safety. I had 3 encounters with my dog with coyotes in the last 12 months. You fence this off, I'm going to have one every week. They travel through there nightly. This is a safety issue on top of the nature issue. I encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig.
Eric Kapal, 5700 State Road 113, Westport.
This is our property, all along there.
So my name is Eric Kapal. I'm a private practice attorney, CEO of Access Wisconsin, a corporation operating within Waunakee. I and my family live on 113, town of Westport, within 120, on the 120 acre family that my family owns. Also abutting is a pet cemetery my mother has operated for the last 35 years. Includes a number of police and other public service animals. First, this proposal is being pushed through under ordinances that were never meant for large-scale utility projects. Articles 10 of the Village Code talks about solar panels and rooftops and small parcels, not 30-acre industrial sites. For example, sections 133, 1101, 1102, and 1104 refer to setbacks for emergency access, rear yard installations, supplying power and nearby structures. It's clear that the ordinances were not meant for this. Applying them to a project like this completely inappropriate. This project requires a joint planning commission discussions, rezoning, and public input, not a rush conditional use permit. Second, this property is zoned A1 agricultural holding, and under the joint comprehensive plan is reserved for rural preservation. The ordinance and reservation are clear. This land is rural. Dropping a 30-acre industrial solar complex and likely more to come in the middle of farmland and wetland completely violates that intent. Third, this process has been procedurally flawed from the start. The applicant, One Energy, isn't even the owner. Madison Gas and Electric is. Under state law, MG&E is a regulated public utility. That means that this project requires PSC involvement in a certificate of authority in Wisconsin Statute 19649. Fourth, a hydrological study, not quick stormwater plan, is imperative. Only 3% wetlands remain of the total 119 square mile, 6-mile creek and Pheasant Branch watershed. This unnecessary project would reduce that even further. Also, filling and grading land abutting our wetland will almost certainly negatively impact the natural ecology. Fifth, this project provides almost no benefit to Waunakee because MG&E owns the land. It will be taxed as a utility asset under the state's gross receipts tax, meaning the village gets nothing in return. The power won't even serve the village directly. So you're being asked to accept the risk, the visual blight, and the environmental impact for zero economic benefit. This project is incompatible with the A1 zoning, incompatible with neighboring land uses, incompatible with the joint comprehensive plan, and incompatible with the character of our community. I urge you to deny this conditional use permit, but if you proceed, impose the following conditions: full hydrological study, landscape screening and maintenance, bonds for hydrological and property value damage, indemnification against cemetery flooding claims, disclosure of all ownership and long-term plans, and zero glare certification. And I'd probably change your logo up there too, because you'd be just eliminating.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Judith Stadler at 5629 Newton Street in Fitchburg.
Thank you. My name is Judy Stadler, and I'm a member of Third Act Wisconsin. I'm here to express my opinion and that of Third Act. We are a group of over 60-year-olds concerned about climate, equity, and democracy. I'm here to express support for the 6-mile solar project proposed by One Energy Renewables. If approved, the project will be added to the Madison Gas and Electric generation base and will join a growing fleet of similar-sized solar power plants scattered across Dane County. With the exception of the Koshkonong project near Cambridge, Dane County's crop of solar plants range in size from 2 megawatts to 20 megawatts and feed power directly into the utility distribution system. All of these installations, it should be noted, received siting approval from local governments. The city of Fitchburg, for example, approved 4 of these projects: O'Brien, Tyto, Strix, and Sunnyside, and 3 are now producing electricity. I live less than 1 mile east of the O'Brien Solar Farm and 1 mile north of the under construction Sunnyside Solar Farm. Fitchburg's government also purchased electricity from MG&E's O'Brien solar installation to power its own operations in my city. Though the 20 megawatt project is adjacent to a rapidly growing neighborhood, which includes a middle school directly across the road from the arrays, O'Brien has operated quietly and productively since it commenced operation in July of 21. It has become a landmark for cyclists traveling along the Badger State Trail. Smaller projects like 6 Mile Solar enable utilities to add emissions-free sources of electricity while keeping customer rates under control. Each megawatt hour produced by a Wisconsin solar field displaces more than 1,100 pounds of carbon dioxide from fossil fuel generation. In its first full year of operation, 6 Mile Solar would prevent the discharge of 6,600 tons of CO2 from other Wisconsin power plants. Indeed, there is no more cost-effective approach to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from the electric power industry than distributed solar projects like 6 Mile Solar. I fully support One Energy's proposal to build 6 Mile Solar and urge the Waunakee Village Board to approve this permit, enabling this worthy project to proceed to construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judith.
Carrie Darnell at 1316 Hanover Court.
To make a comment online. Otherwise, if we open it up to people who don't live here, then you have people calling in from all over the country and taking up a lot of time. So, but if you take the time to come here, not from here, then you can speak.
As elected officials and paid staff, I hope you've all done your due diligence in seeing what the land actually looks like. We also live up in this corner. And these are photographs. I just wanted to bring them for the record that I've taken every season since we've been here. This is the land. I don't know what's on camera for those downstairs. This is the property here that's now going to be filled with black solar panels and steel stuff this year. And I've got the same picture that shows that over and over again. I've invited some of the staff to come out and see this, but nobody has come to see it. But this is what it really looks like, folks. This is the land that inspired Frank Lloyd Wright, Georgia O'Keeffe, and this is what you're going to fill with solar panels. All this green is where the solar panels will be. Doesn't matter that they cut back that other stuff because this is the part that is the view of folks in Savannah Village. All the farmland there will be gone. Where else do you see views like this? Where else do you see land like this? This inspires artists and children. I'm not sure what the solar panels inspire when you look at them. And this is in the winter where you can still see them because I'm sure the snow will be melted off the top of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be effective. This is where they will be. I urge you to vote no. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Carrie.
Robert Krill at 1440 Hanover Place has registered in opposition. Tom and Mary French at 1436 Hanover Place has registered in opposition. Matt Cashin at 1311 Lawton Court.
Hey, thanks for the time, everybody. So I've lived in Waunakee 2 years, like a lot of the people here. We moved here, sense of community, beautiful green space. While we probably won't be impacted until phase 2 or 3 right away, I just wanted to be here to support everybody that has spoken. There's hundreds of people here, and there's probably a lot more that don't even know what's going on, to be honest. It's a very emotionally charged topic. Procedurally, I agree with a lot of the comments. It's kind of a mess right now. There's 3 minutes of all of us coming up here. It's kind of unfortunate. It puts you guys in a tough spot too. At a minimum, I would request that you guys defer for all the reasons that we've mentioned here, give people more time. A lot of those possible clauses, I think they were phrased, the possible clauses are all very important things that if this project is going to move forward, need to go in the contract and they need to be stipulated and detailed out. It's kind of disheartening to see them as possible clauses at this point. The last thing I want to say is, again, in the misinformation campaign, they use 1,000 feet, which sounds like a lot. It's a 3-minute walk for a lot of people. I had to Google it. It's 0.189 miles. So again, this isn't a faraway project in a faraway land. There's a lot of people that are going to be impacted by this. So again, I would request that you guys vote no. And if you do decide to proceed with it, at least defer it with all the ideas that we've brought forth today. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Matt.
Debbie Crary at 1105 Woodbridge Trail, registered in opposition. Dina Courtwright and Andrew Courtwright at 1214 Woodbridge, registered in opposition. Jenny Leo at 1406 Eldorado Court, registered in opposition. Mary Heimbecker at 306 West 3rd Street.
Hi, Mary Heimbecker, 306 West 3rd Street. I'm actually in support of allowing the development of the solar farm on Kennedy. I looked at several articles online from different research facilities. Two were published in scientific journals, and 2 are in the process through 2 universities right now. All of them say that these things do not contaminate the soil. They don't raise temperatures of the air or the temperature of the soil, and they can reduce moisture absorption. The ones I read were from Renewable and Sustainable Energy Reviews. They were from Environmental Geochemistry and Health. One of the newest researches is from New Research from Colorado State University and Cornell University. And then the NREL, which is the National Laboratory associated with the U.S. Department of Energy, Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, all said the same thing. And as far as housing values depreciating in Waunakee, I'm really hard pressed to believe that that will ever happen. And you have a good test. We have a quarry on the northeast side of Waunakee that is operational. Have any of those home values gone down? Go look at existing. I've talked to a couple of people, they say that they have not. We need renewable energy. We need to think about what is happening with our children. And I just thank you for your time. It's been a long night. If any of you would like the information, I have these, I can email it to you. If you want to read them, just let me know.
Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming out tonight.
Caleb Gottwald at 206 West 2nd Street, Waunakee.
Good evening. My name is Caleb Gottwald. I am a resident of Waunakee and a sitting member on the Board of Review since 2019. And I'd like to take a moment to just share some information about property valuation and assessments and what that process looks like, since that seems to be a very hotly contested item. I will preface this by saying that I'm not a lawyer. I don't play one on TV. This is just my best understanding of the statutes and process. Under Wisconsin statute 70.05 and 70.32, the property assessments are established by the assessor. They are the only person who can set a property value. People who wish to contest that value have a process that they can go through. The first step with that is to go through the open book. During the open book, property owners can meet with the assessor to discuss the valuation of their property, present facts, have a discussion, and see if there is a different assessment that the assessor could agree to. If they don't agree with that, they have the ability to come before the Board of Review. The Board of Review can hear this information only once the roll is complete and only in response to a formal objection supported by evidence. There is nothing that can be done proactively. This all must be done after a property assessment is done based on recent comparable sales and market trends. If after the Board of Review, property owners still do not agree with their assessment, they have other options to appeal to the circuit court or in some cases go to the Wisconsin Department of Revenue. So I understand that there may be concerns about how nearby developments can affect your property value. It is important to establish that any changes in these assessments must go through the statutory requirements to follow these steps, which ensure that assessments are based on consistent and objective standards. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out tonight.
Linda Johnson at 1432 Hanover Place, registered in opposition. Gary Johnson at 1432 Hanover Place, registered in opposition. Linda Ashmore at 1114 South Street, Waunakee.
Thank you for having the public hearing. I'm speaking in favor of the conditional use permit. We all have to power our homes. That power has to come from somewhere. And solar energy is one of the cleanest and most cost-effective forms of energy. I understand the concerns of neighbors that it will maybe affect their property values. I can't hear in the back room, so I don't know if this stuff has been mentioned before, but there's a quarry on the north side of town. I was one of those people that said, boy, that's going to affect the property values. Property values in Waunakee go up because we're on equal sides of Madison. So I don't think, I mean, I'm not an expert, but anecdotally, I haven't seen it happen. I encourage anybody who hasn't read the agenda packet to read it because it really goes through the decommissioning, and the biggest thing to me is whenever there's a big project, the village hires Strand Associates, and they look at what are the things that the village has to say that the developer or whoever has to comply with to make it work. And they have gone through and said, you need to do these things. I think they should probably do more. I do agree that 25 evergreens isn't going to be enough screening, but that's what this is for, that you go through and say, we'll give you this permit, but you have to do stuff to make it reasonable as a neighbor. So I do think that it's one of those things where not in my backyard, but we do want power. So thank you.
Thank you, Linda, for coming out tonight.
Jerry Ashmore at 114 South Street, Waunakee.
Hi, I'll keep this very short. I'm in favor of the project. I urge the board to vote for it. I'm in favor of any energy project that is not fossil fuel based. And so that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jerry, for coming out.
Megan Roundy at 1221 Wenzel Way, registered in opposition. Jill Huey at 1411 Montanon Ave in Waunakee, registered in opposition. Lita Nepedensky, registered in opposition. I'm sorry, 1223 Wenzel Way, registered in opposition. Charlene Ardner, 1223 Wenzel Way, Waunakee, registered in opposition. Carly Eaton, 206 East Verleen Avenue, Waunakee.
Hi, I'm Carly Eaton. I'm a citizen member of the Waunakee Sustainability Committee. I am also a member of the Waunakee School Board, but I'm speaking today in my personal capacity as a Waunakee resident. I am speaking in favor of this project. I want to talk about the economic impact of this project, starting with the argument that because this project will be owned by MG&E, it won't serve Waunakee residents and therefore shouldn't be allowed here. Many Waunakee residents work, shop, and recreate in Madison and other communities that are part of MG&E's service area. So it simply isn't true to say that this project won't serve our community just because MG&E will own it. But beyond that, having more renewable energy on the grid anywhere in our state is good for everyone. Electrons don't care about service areas. Projects like this help keep electricity costs down for everyone. This is especially true while there are still federal tax credits for solar power production. Those incentives end at the end of 2027, so time is of the essence for projects like this. To continue the economic argument for this project, One Energy is a local company based in Madison with local workers and a track record of successful projects across Wisconsin and the Midwest. They note that they work with Wisconsin-based contractors who pay their workers prevailing wage, so these are family-sustaining local construction jobs. This project will also be a revenue generator for our community. Property taxes on agricultural land are extremely low, but if the land is being used to host a solar project, then the village and Dane County will receive utility aid payments every year that the project is in service. These payments are typically significantly higher than the property taxes for the parcel of agricultural land. One Energy's site plan and FAQ address ecological diversity, supporting pollinators and possibly other forms of agrivoltaics like grazing, as well as soil health and water drainage, and efforts to minimize impacts on neighboring homes and property values. This project isn't in my backyard, but I would support it even if it was, because clean energy everywhere is so important to the future of not just our community, but our planet. We need projects like this in every neighborhood as soon as possible. I encourage the village board to approve the site application and conditional use permit and allow the 6 Mile Solar project to move forward.
Thanks, Carly, for coming out tonight.
Greg Watson at 203 East Main Street, apartment 206, Waunakee, registered in support. Bo Stafford at 4957 Height Farm Road in Fitchburg.
Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts about One Energy's solar project along Kennedy Drive in Village of Waunakee. I'm Bo Stafford. I'm the owner and operator of Discovery Grazing. I'm testifying for information only regarding One Energy's commitment to agrivoltaics and our experience as neighbors to one of their sites. My wife and our 3 children are first-generation sheep farmers in Fitchburg. We use our sheep to graze 3 solar sites for Madison Gas and Electric. The sheep graze each site to prevent vegetation from growing too tall and shading solar panels. Solar grazing offers our sheep more pasture land and ensures maximum solar generation for MG&E. The genesis of our solar grazing efforts started a couple of years ago when One Energy held a community meeting in Fitchburg to discuss their plans to build a solar site adjacent to our farm. I was skeptical and nervous about what would be planted at the site, and I mainly wanted to know how they were planning to prevent weeds from spreading to our farm. After discussing the project, One Energy expressed their desire to find a farmer who might be interested in agrivoltaics. I told them I was about to transition into livestock, and they asked if I would consider raising sheep to graze at the site. They explained that sheep are the gold standard for solar grazing. They don't chew on wires or climb panels like goats, and they don't rub on panel edges like cows. As a kid, I helped raise lambs for the county fair. So after discussing the idea with my wife, we transitioned to raising sheep. We proved the solar grazing concept with Madison Gas and Electric last year and added 2 more sites in the Madison area this year. It's been a big challenge, but also an incredible opportunity for our farm to grow. Having solar sites planted with high quality forage allows our sheep to have abundant access to new grazing pastures. The sheep enjoy the shade of the panels during the hot summer days, and I enjoy the shade of the hot summer days as well. And they are protected from predators and high quality fencing at night. Each site and each solar developer is different. I can vouch for One Energy's commitment to building a solar site design partnering with local farmers. They have an honest desire to cultivate the farmer solar partnerships, and they were easy to work with and responsive throughout the construction process. One Energy has planted strong roots in our state, and they have an honest desire to do what's best for agriculture and solar power generation. As a solar grazer, I would strongly suggest planting a forage pollinator seed mix. Sheep do well with a variety of forage, and it allows pollinators to thrive. I would discourage solely planting a pollinator mix. Doing so removes large tracts of land from agriculture production, which drives farmland values up and future farmers away. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information about solar grazing. Please do not hesitate to reach out directly if you'd like to learn more. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Right. Thanks for coming out tonight and sharing that. Thank you.
Mimi Gents at 1101 Woodbridge Trail, registered in opposition. Matthew Herbst at 1400 Eldorado Court, Waunakee, registered in opposition. Brian Licht at 1007 Franconia Court in Waunakee, registered in opposition. Whitney Pollard at 1002 Stanford Court or Stanford Drive in Waunakee, registered in opposition. That is the last of the forms I have.
All right.
For village residents online, if you'd like to speak during the public hearing, click raise hand now.
Two more.
I guess I have two more forms that did not make it to my hands. One is Peg Whiteside at 5147 Bong Road, registered in support. Larry Anderson at 1207 Dartmouth Drive, registered in opposition.
At the moment, I don't show any hands raised.
All right. So seeing no more forms and no hands raised online, we will close the public hearing at 8:13. And I would like to suggest we take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
All right. Sound good? All right. Back in 5. I used to not have to wait. 8:21, recess has ended. I'd like to, first of all, thank everybody for coming out. I know this is a highly charged emotional issue. It is good to see my neighbors here. It's more fun when I see you at the pool or at the park, though. I will say that because I live at 1316 Lawton Court. So this decision is very much relevant to our household as well as to the neighborhood and the community at large. But before we get into anything, I would like to actually turn it over to our attorney. If you can talk a little bit about conditional use permits, the parameters, kind of what our charge is tonight. And if we need to make a decision tonight or if we can think on it for a while.
Well, I'll start on the last question first. I think that Lauren laid out the standards in terms of a conditional use permitting, and I concur with everything that was on her slide as far as that goes. But in light of what we've heard, I think the crucial question to answer is the second one you asked. And so, in my view, it is not the case that you have to issue a decision today, either yay or nay, right? I think you could legitimately, based on the information that you've gleaned from the public hearing, you could decide to lay it over. I mean, there are limitations on how long you can do that, obviously. That would give you an opportunity to take into consideration some of the information that you heard, as well as follow up with, as necessary, both with me with respect to specific issues pertaining to your ordinance, as well as to the applicant with respect to some of the potential suggestions made with respect to the conditions that have been proffered, whether those can be strengthened, whether the applicant would be willing to entertain some of them, and other questions that have been raised. So I think that would be a very reasonable thing to do.
Any other advice for us as we begin our questions and deliberations? It's okay if there's not, if you're like, that's pretty much what you should
I know, I think, obviously, this is the first village board meeting that I've attended, and I'm sure that not every village board meeting is quite as impassioned as this one is. So I just want to say, just as an observer, I respect and appreciate everybody's input into it. And just by way of advice, I don't have to tell you anything that you don't already know, which is that what you've heard has been expressed with sincerity, with passion, and as neighbors. And so to the extent that you can give yourselves the opportunity to make sure you feel confident in the information that you have before you make the decision, I think you'll feel much better about the decision ultimately. I think I think you've heard enough to have decided one way or the other, potentially. But I'm much more confident in, I think, the wisdom of taking some time to make sure that you've absorbed everything that you've heard and follow up on the questions that need to be followed up on.
Okay, thank you. So tonight yeah, go ahead, Todd.
Just one note, I was chatting with Richard during the break a bit. So the audience understands that our regular village attorney, Brian Kleinmeyer, does have a matter of conflict related to this item. So he's been non-participating in any aspects or elements of advising the board. In fact, he's on our meeting via Zoom, but we're texting here. He walked away from the Zoom for this section of meeting. I'm waiting to let him know when you're done with this item, and he'll be back into the Zoom room. So that's why, Richard shared that he's
Exactly sure.
he's newly here advising the board.
That's him?
That's why, to give you some clarity. Richard also suggested that he's definitely able to dive into specific research items, but would really appreciate hearing specifically the things that the village board would want him to research. Now, you can certainly bring those up and share them tonight during the discussion, or you can, following the meeting, email Lauren or myself, and we will put Richard on the case on your behalf. So that's what he's here for, to assist us with over the coming days.
Thank you. So as we go around and make our rounds, if you've not watched a village board meeting before, we each go and we offer our suggestions. We have questions. We take the turn one by one. It's not a lively debate. It's more kind of a controlled questioning and conversation. But board members, the things I would like one thing I would like to know from everybody is if you think we should make the decision tonight, or if do you think we should wait and reflect on what we've heard, along with your other questions and comments. So Erin, can we start with you?
Yeah, first of all, thank you everyone for coming, watching online. If you're downstairs in the basement, I'm really thankful that we've invested in these hybrid meetings to be able to hear from so many people. And we meet the first and third Monday. If you ever want to come back, it's really great to hear what people think of these projects. I think that intensity warrants the intensity of our comments, though, and the amount of interest warrants definitely I'm postponing. I also do feel confident in my research, my education in these topics, and my own experience, both with this area, the natural areas around it, and as a representative. So I'm fine either way, but I understand if delaying would help everyone get on the same page and educate on some of the research things that we've been asked tonight.
And did you have any questions for the One Energy or for Lauren or for anybody else tonight?
Yes, but I think I have a lot.
Okay.
So maybe I'll see what hasn't been asked at
Sounds
this
good.
point, if that's
All
all
right.
right.
Great. Chris?
Suggestion maybe to
Mhm.
wait for our comments after we decide if we're gonna.
Sounds good. Okay. I think
Yeah.
that's a good suggestion.
So, yeah, I'm in favor of taking additional time at this point.
Joe? All right. Nyla?
I would like to see what we bring out when we ask questions and see what the conversation is before I make a determination pertaining to delaying or voting tonight.
All right. Thank you, Nyla. Jack?
I am in favor of delay to get more information.
All right. Sam?
Delaying is fine.
All right. And back to you, Erin. Do you want to go first for questions or do you want to wait?
Yeah, I can
Okay,
ask
cool.
some. I might have more later. Could we get some clarification on the actual distance in the revised submittal? Because we've heard different things and we had different things sent, and I just want to make sure we're location-wise on the same page about.
Yeah, so I did a kind of a rough estimate. The updated site plan is about 1,000 feet from the Savannah Village neighborhood. They did correct that there is one property with a house that is much closer on the northeast side of the panels. 65 feet, according to the audience.
I also have, and I'm not sure if this is more of a question about engineering, a lot of questions on glare concerns, and with the information that we were provided, staff and Tim and other research I found, I haven't been able to find where the FFA has, glare has become that. Like the research from the FFAs showed me that the glare was not of concern. And so I had heard some comments and, ran into some people that were concerned about how close this was to the airport. So I'm wondering if we could touch on that.
Yeah, so the applicant provided a third-party glare analysis, and that was shown that there would be no glare impacts from this project. They also shared that they have a project near an airport, which obviously would be an area that you would be concerned about glare, and they've had no issues there. Obviously, the applicant can speak for themselves as well, if you have more questions on that.
All right. Would you mind? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So as Nolan had mentioned earlier, we worked on a project at the Maury Field Airport in Middleton. That's actually on airport property, just north of the runway, between the east-west and the north-south runway. And had very extensive review from the FAA on that glare analysis. No glare was found from that for either pilots or ground level observers. But if you think about the ground level observer for these single axis tracking panels, the sun is always basically in the morning, they're facing 55 degrees to the east. And so the sun is below the horizon, it comes up. As soon as the sun is at the angle of the panels, then it starts tracking with the sun and then it stops at 55 degrees. The sun keeps going. So any glare that would come off the panels would go up into the air, not perceivable by a ground level observer. The only time you can actually perceive perceive glare from the ground is in the middle of winter when the sun's at its lowest point. If you're 45 degrees above the panels to the north of them at a height that's basically the same distance that you are from the panels. So it's very difficult. You'd have to be on a hill, like a 300-foot tall hill, 300 feet from the array to be able to perceive glare. And that'd have to be to the north of the project.
All right. Thank you.
There were also fire concerns addressed, and I know we had some comments about fire, but do we have anything else?
Well, maybe we should have. Jeff
Yeah,
and Brian
has anything
up
changed
talk since they're
since
here.
the information provided about fire? Any additional concerns?
No, I'm afraid not. Sorry. Yeah, you can, if you have questions, you can direct them to staff via email, or you can direct them to One Energy. But just for the order of the proceedings, as you can imagine, we can't open it up for broad questions.
And I think in particular, there was a comment about the new road change and if an apparatus could get around the corner. So I'm wondering.
So we've been talking with the gentleman here at the table, and the concerns the fire has, first of all, we don't have a project like this in our fire jurisdiction. So this is new to us. And like any other project that's going to be new to us, and it's going to create different hazards and new hazards for us, we obviously will learn, we will train, and we will extinguish fires as they are presented to us. As we looked at the site plan here, our biggest concern was making sure that we had a road that was adequate to support fire apparatus, that it was maintained year round, so snow wasn't going to be an issue. And then we're going to work with the people that actually design and develop these things. And we're going to learn from that. We have adequate equipment here in Waunakee for this type of structure. But yeah, we just have to learn a little bit ourselves here as we go.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you have a fire related question?
Yeah, fire relate.
Okay.
I
Go ahead.
I just thought as long as you two were here, do either one of you currently have training pertaining to this subject?
I have a little bit, but it's more for like your home photovoltaic systems. That was just a class that was presented to me online. So it's pretty minimal. It's more or less not to something this scale. But again, I know hopefully working with whoever, whatever happens with this, we can get our proper training for our members to be able to keep everyone around safe.
All right. And Jack, you got a fire question too? Yeah.
Do we have currently, do we have the equipment to put out a fire at a scale? You know, obviously you've indicated you've got training on a house fire, and you probably got the equipment for a house fire, but do we have the equipment that could potentially put out a 30-acre fire like this?
We have the equipment. We also are part of Wisconsin's MABA system. So we have access to all the equipment here within the area by just getting on the radio and asking for assistance. So I'm not too concerned about that. The structure or the infrastructure out there at that location, there are some fire hydrants located along River Road over along by the VFW, Taylor's Liquor. There's hydrants there and they do stem across the field that's immediately to the north of that property. We would initially treat this as a rural fire. That would include tanker shuttles, which would include more than Waunakee's 3 tankers. We would need additional tenders from other municipalities just to keep a steady water supply. But we do have the availability for that.
I guess to touch on Brian's point, we can build a card in our system to where if something goes array here, we can get that on the road immediately. It wouldn't be a delay at all.
Yeah, it's simply a key the mic on the radio, tell them what you want, and it's on the way.
And what's the response time?
Well, it depends on where we're going to get those resources from. City of Madison obviously is going to be the closest fire department next to us. They're at Station 10, Sun Prairie, DeForest, Middleton, whatever their travel distance is from their locations to us. It's going to be different every time.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions regarding fire before we move on. Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Brian.
You're welcome.
All right. Aaron, back to you.
I think, well, there was one other comment about fire, and this is maybe more an ecological question, but comment was maybe that this vegetation is more flammable than corn that has currently been grown there. Are there
We have lots
concerns
of
about that
experience with
either?
vegetation fires.
Thank you.
All right.
Can I
Yeah.
take a recess of my own
Sure.
comments? Thank you.
Sure. Chris, you're up next.
Thank you
You're welcome.
for going to me next. I appreciate it. So I probably have more experience than the rest of the board with regards to topics that can be controversial, since I have more time on the board, and hearing people's passion come out. And I want you to know that everybody up here is listening, that your concerns are valid. The energy company's concerns, valid, what their desires are. And a lot of times people will think that, well, you should just make your decision. We have to go through a process, just like everybody who wants something in our community, whether they want to build a house here or anything they're doing. We have a process that we're going to go through, and we need to listen, because people wouldn't want that to be the case if we didn't listen to you. So know that everybody up here, I think it's important for you to realize that we're listening and we're taking into account. And I particularly have been here for 56 years. I don't know that I have everybody beat, maybe, but I think it's pretty close. And there's nothing more important to me than this community. And all of you who are here tonight, you're impassioned about where you are. We just had a Parks Committee meeting that people were uptight about the park that was going to go in their area, and just as impassioned about things that were going to go in the park that was near them. Okay, so that park came about after they've been in their houses for years. These are the hardest topics next to sidewalks. I'm kidding. Sidewalks are also a big issue throughout the community when they come up in areas that haven't had them. So my questions are going to be mostly related to the energy guys within this. One, how long does it take for you to put this up? Once you start your processes, everything's approval, how long is it before it's up and operational?
Yeah, so construction takes about 4 to 6 months, start in the spring and then finish the mechanical completion. So, the physical completion by the end of like around, this time of year, and then energized shortly after by the end of the year.
And I'm assuming you have crews that have done this before, local, that take care of it?
Yeah, we've worked with Wisconsin-based electrical and civil contractors throughout the state. Oh, sure.
So our most recent Dane County project was in Fitchburg last year, and we built that with Westfall was the general contractor. They're our preferred contractor in this part of the state. They're a union contractor. 60% of the folks on that job were from Dane County, so they go to the local shop first and pull from a very nearby group of folks. It's electricians, laborers, and equipment operators. So there was mentioned family supporting jobs. That is something that we're very passionate about. It's not just a talking point.
Okay, so that's for the build. How about, I think you mentioned that once it's there, it's pretty self-sustaining. You have a fence around it. Sheep would be doing most of the work there, it sounds like. How many workers are on site?
So we would have either a vegetation maintenance contractor that's mowing or the sheep grazer. And then we typically, with this type of project, are the operations and maintenance contractor as well. So we have 5 guys that work in Madison and are responsible for operations and maintenance of the projects that we have contracts on, which is about, we have about 20 under operations and maintenance. So it's about 1 person per 3 or 4 projects.
Okay, so no people really physically present on the site.
That's right.
Okay. When you're choosing your sites, is it typical that you go into areas that there's residential that are close by, or would they be elsewhere?
So we basically this type of project, as Nolan explained, is designed to feed into where there's an energy demand. And so we have projects all over the state. After this year, it'll be in the low 50s. And there are some in areas like some of the photos that are right next to subdivisions, some that are out in the middle of nowhere, some that are in more of a scattered development pattern. It kind of runs the gamut, but the common thread is that there's an electrical use or a demand for that electricity close by. We don't want to ever be pushing power back onto the high voltage system. It works best when it's all used behind that substation. So generally they are closer to where there's more load, which is typically means there's more residences.
So I think you mentioned it, I just can't remember. How many of these facilities do you currently run and operate?
We are the operations and maintenance contractor for about 20 of the 50 roughly that we've built. Well, at the end of this year, there'll be another 15. So we do have a lot of hiring going on right now for those once those come into operations.
Okay, and when you've gone into different communities, have you had pushback?
Yeah, I think there's been very few situations where the projects that we've proposed, people that live nearby have been on a solar project or like know what it's like to walk around or be in that vicinity. And so it's an unknown quantity. So it's very rare for us to have situations where it's all hunky-dory. So yeah, I don't know if that answers the question, but.
Well, I mean, I think we don't have hunky-dory here. That's clear.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So far tonight.
Yeah.
Have you been denied anywhere to go in?
We have on a couple of occasions had very stringent conditions placed. We always have conditions placed, but in some circumstances we've had to wait, a couple meetings to negotiate those conditions. But we've always been able to reach a situation where there's a favorable outcome, that we have conditions that we can agree to and that the community can agree to.
So there's not been any cases where you haven't been able to come to an agreement?
Not in Wisconsin.
Okay.
Outside of Wisconsin?
We in Minnesota right now, there's a project that we're in a moratorium while they draft an ordinance. But eventually that they have a 6-month period to draft the ordinance. That's the only one where we've not been able to, in the Midwest that I've worked on, I've not been able to come to an agreement with a set of conditions that works for the community.
So there's been conversation about the fact that this really does not benefit the Village of Waunakee residents here in our community. We had a comment that said, well, we go into Madison and use other places like that. Madison people come here and use our electricity too, so it's not really any different to me. With that, I'm having a philosophical challenge because we own a utilities in our community that provides the electricity to our residents. And so it's a little unusual that we would be supporting something coming onto land which is a premium in our community, which goes for significant dollars. Doesn't matter who the developer is, they're going to pay for it. And I feel like I'm bringing competition right next door to us. And the 1,600 houses that you're going to help, how many of our residents are going to be not happy with it here that are already paying taxes and have been here? So I'm challenged with that and how you could respond.
Order, no. Sorry, I am going to ask everybody not to react. This is a meeting right now where we ask the questions from the service providers. If there is another outburst, I will ask those who clap to leave. And I understand you're all my neighbors and you're probably unhappy to hear that. But the goal of this tonight is for us to get the information we need in order to move forward with the decision. Okay, understood? All right, I used to be a classroom teacher. I'll put you all in a corner. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Well, I'm scared from that, but okay.
Okay.
My question to that is just, I'm looking for an answer for that because these folks are going to want to have an answer that can say, all right, we're good in justifying our comments. And if we were to support, I don't know where my board members are. But that's a real concern I have because the folks have moved here. They have seen what Waunakee is, and I believe it to be a great place. And I don't want that to go astray as a result of a decision. And every decision we make has ripple effects. And I'm just looking for you to help answer, say, yeah, this is why you want this, and this is why it's great for your community.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's a great question. There were a couple of the comments that I want to just come back to. There was one, Carly, I believe, mentioned that there are utility aid payments from any project like this in the amount of $5,000 per megawatt per year that is split between the town and, or sorry, the village and the county. So that would be around $30,000 a year for this project compared to the property taxes, the ag property taxes is kind of the immediate thing I want to just make sure that there's clarity around. But to your broader point, I just want to offer up, we can definitely arrange for tours of these projects that we've installed in the area. If anyone is open to or wants to come visit one of them and see what they're like to walk around and be next to and be in the vicinity of, I think it is an unknown. And so until you've actually done that, it's really hard to know what it's like to be a neighbor to it. But we are definitely open to arranging tours of our projects so we can get more information out about what they're like to be around. We've had a wide variety of folks that were very opposed to the project early on. And we worked with them to come up with screening plans that mitigated some of the impact. But over time, once the project was installed, we've then had comments from neighbors who say, you know, this is actually a pretty nice neighbor. It's quiet. It's not sprayed for a couple times a year. It's not harvested with combines. It's quite quiet. And there is a lot of wildlife that moves through these projects. It's easy to say that and show the pictures, but we've had neighbors of these projects where they've been there for a couple of years sending me photos of cranes, blue herons walking through the site. It is birds need insects. 70% of insects or of birds eat insects. That's what these sites become, refugia for insects. And there's huge benefits from that standpoint that it's hard to know in advance what that's going to be like. But once you walk around the project near Bow in Fitchburg, you can see it's farmed right next to it. And you go out there in the summer, there's tons of swifts over the project. Go to the farm field, there's nothing because there's no insects there. It's been sprayed several times. And so the argument that there's no wildlife benefits from these projects, I just really think it's hard to really express what it's like until you've been out there. But I really would invite folks to reach out to us. We're happy to arrange tours of sites so people can get around and walk around them and see what they're like. And I do think that many folks would find them to be quite good neighbors long term once they've been operating for a while and they know what they're like.
So this might be a hard one for you to answer. Are you owner of the company or?
No.
Okay.
I mean, it's an employee-owned company.
So if you were evaluating in our position, land usage, and would you be able to state, living in that area, that this would be a great land use for us as a community? And let me follow up to that before you answer. Take this into account. We are in the middle, this is in a zone that's in the middle of us and another community. And are you aware of the things that are happening between the two communities right now?
To some extent, yeah. My wife works at the Holy Wisdom Monastery and so is involved with the town of Westport a decent amount. So she's informed me of some of the things going on, but I don't know the full extent of it. I won't claim that. But
okay. So for your own knowledge, for everybody here's knowledge, there's more to the whole picture than what we're talking about tonight that we're all having to take into account. I'm going to probably stop there, and that's probably a good spot for me to say, you know, within that. But I just want to be very clear with everybody here, there's more within this. And so when I was saying I want to put this off, there's reasons to put this off other than just this project, is what I'm saying. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. Joe?
I'll just touch on a couple of things, and in round two, if there's more, we'll go down that road. Several people have discussed the rural preservation portion of our comp plan, and I'm interested in hearing, particularly from a legal perspective, does this fit what that actually says?
Again, that is a very good question, and it deserves an answer, and I'm not going to answer it on the fly.
And I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
But I will answer it if I have a chance to take a look at the ordinances in question. I understand I understand that this is a complex situation for all the reasons that have just been alluded to.
Yep, perfect. I have concerns about the wetland components that are here and how this is placed on the land. I'll just leave it at that. I'm curious, and I realize you're not the landowner, but do we know if there are plans for the remaining land in this area at this point?
We were only working on this project and this 30 acres, this conditional use permit application. We're not aware of any future plans for the property.
Okay, and we do not have a representative from MG&E here this evening, I assume? Okay, I would like to get some sort of an additional information from them. What are they planning to do with the rest that they've purchased?
Could I address the wetland question? Or?
Sure.
Okay. There was a mention that we did not have a DNR wetland confirmation. So I just want to make sure it's clear that we do have a certified wetland delineation that the DNR did a site visit for and verified. So that's a precondition for us submitting our stormwater permit application to them. And it's something that we have to do during the growing season. And so we got that done, and so we have what's necessary from their standpoint to submit the application. To the broader kind of question about wetlands, we only have a raise planned in areas that were farmed previously. And we've worked on a lot of projects like this with Wisconsin DNR where there are wet areas of farm fields that we're planning to install solar panels in. They don't count the pile itself as wetland fill as long as it's pile driven and it's not, and there's no soil disturbance during construction. So we have to take measures to ensure that using tracked vehicles and so forth, that there's no soil disturbance of the wetland area during construction. But then post-construction, we seed a wetland specific seed mix to those wet areas and then an upland mix to the balance of the areas. And what we have several projects that we've taken DNR staff out to after they're in service. And they have basically used those case studies as showing that these can be an uplift from an ecological standpoint in terms of the function of the wetland when you're comparing it against being farmed.
Okay, appreciated. Do we have a copy of that DNR certification?
Yes, we do.
Okay, excellent. And the only other thing that I have on my mind at the moment is the noise. Obviously, there was a recording that was presented. Is there generally a noise that is generated by the transformers, all that sort of thing? And do we have scientific measurements as to what that is like at various distances?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The way that the project is designed, there's inverters mounted together with the transformer at two locations, one at the kind of right at the north end of that southern section and one a little bit north of that, but they're both very central within the project.
So one's right here and then the other one's down here.
The only part of the project that generates noise is the inverters. And they basically, during sunlight hours when they're producing. If it's under full sun, Nolan mentioned the 45 decibels at the project boundary. That's what they're producing at the fence line. We have done multiple noise analyses for bodies such as this, and we'd be happy to do one here as well. With there's a couple of different acoustical contractors that the Public Service Commission has approved for this type of project, so we'd be happy to do that and submit that. But I'm very confident that once we do that, it will show that there's no noise above the ambient conditions beyond the fence line of the project.
Okay.
And the racking itself, that's the majority of what's here. If you're out there for 15 minutes at some point during that time, you'll perceive them moving about a degree, but you really can't hear that. You kind of have to be you have to be watching the drive shaft and to know that they're moving.
Okay. I think that's something that would be beneficial to us long-term, having that data. That's it.
Right. Thank you, Joe. Nyla.
How and when is it determined how the land will be used once the solar panels are in, whether it's pollinator or grazing, and if it's going to be mowed or if it's going to have sheep in it?
It's pretty common for one of the conditions to be that the site is either grazing, used for grazing and planted to a specific grazing mix, or used for pollinator habitat and planted to a staff-approved pollinator mix that's appropriate for the area. So we're definitely open to a condition like that. As far as when in the process it's selected, I think anytime between approval of the permit and when we submit our DNR permit, because in that DNR permit, there's a hydrology study. There's quite a bit of modeling that needs to be done for what the infiltration rates will be and so forth, and that's impacted by the species that are planted. So we really need to know what's going to be planted when we submit that application to the DNR, which is typically about 3 to 4 months before we start construction.
Okay.
So that at that point, yeah, and we, as Bo was alluding to, we'd love to graze the site if we can. So if there are grazers in the area, or we've been talking to, folks that could move sheep into the area to graze, that would be great. If that's not possible or we don't find someone for that, then the low growing pollinator meadow is the kind of the backup plan.
Okay, the reason I ask, is it the pollinator areas that get mowed 3 times?
Yes.
My concern is when you mow off like that, aren't you possibly going to kill the pollinator plants?
Yeah, that's a great question. So during the first, I think Nolan alluded to 3 mowings in the first year, tapering off to 2 mowings in subsequent years. And it really depends on the site, what the weed pressure is based on the farming practices before construction. But in what we want to do in the first year is make sure no annual invasives go to seed. So that's what drives the mowing schedule. And we're doing a high mowing to let the native plants grow in. So if anyone's restored a prairie, it's a very similar process. And then during subsequent years, we're reducing the mowing. Obviously, there's vegetation height restrictions to make sure it's not shading the panels or there's any other issues like that. But that's why it reduces over time. And over time, there are also, trips to the site from a vegetation standpoint just to monitor and sometimes they come out with a weed whacker and address specific problem areas. But we always keep the vegetation maintained very tightly around the equipment pads that were mentioned, the aggregate pads that are around the inverters and the transformer. That's the 2 to 3 mowings, that's for the array area. The site, everything that's around that electrical equipment is aggregate, and if there are anything growing in there, that's managed much more frequently.
Okay. The reason I ask is because there are some areas where it's supposed to be wildflowers and they turn out to be thistles and burdock patches. And I just want to know that this would not happen. Mr. Stafford, the gentleman who came and talked about, the sheep and the grazing, he answered many of my questions because I know that sheep would be good for this, but goats wouldn't be because goats would eat everything clean and then you'd have nothing left. So he answered those questions very well. I will say one of my concerns since I moved to town in 1977 has always been wetlands. And so, wetlands are like the sponge that absorbs the water to reduce flooding. So I do believe that wetlands are very, very important. And someone brought up, what if these solar panels break, if hell breaks them or something breaks them? I haven't been able to find, different resources. I've read the resources that were sent to me about hazardous materials. Can you give a little information so that we can all have it?
Yeah, great question. I'm going to talk about hazardous materials first and then come back to the wetlands. The panels that we use, as Nolan mentioned, are they're polysilicon bifacial panels, which are the vast majority of what's installed in the US is that type of technology. They are basically glass on the front, glass on the back. Then there's a silicon wafer in between that's also made out of glass. Essentially, it's silicon, which is derived from sand. And then there's an anode, the silver anode that connects those cells together and forms a circuit throughout that whole panel. And then there's a junction box that's made from plastic that sits on the back. And that then connects to the wiring that's made from copper or aluminum. So he mentioned 98% of the material from a panel is recyclable. That goes into glass waste streams, or the frame is made from anodized aluminum. To the question of hail, I've been working in solar in Wisconsin since 2011, at One Energy since 2015. We have had one panel that was damaged by hail in that entire time, and at my previous company, which was also based in Madison. And what happened is it was a softball size hail that hit the frame, and if they hit the front of the panel, the glass, they have to be enormous to cause damage. It's much bigger than the hail that we get in Wisconsin. If they hit the frame, they can bend the frame, and then the glass splinters in. But it's like a windshield of a car. It does not explode. It fractures, but it stays in the casing. I mean, even if it broke entirely, there aren't hazardous materials in there to leach into the environment, but it does stay encased within that panel. To the point about wetlands, what the DNR has told us is basically when they look at the modeling that we provide for these projects, the wetland areas, which are low spots within the array, end up acting like a rain garden. So once it's filled with dense perennial vegetation, instead of being farmed every year and cultivated every year, that dense vegetation provides a way for that moisture to infiltrate into the soil. So it becomes like when there are wet areas on a site, it becomes like a series of rain gardens, which increase the infiltration of the project area significantly against baseline conditions. So that's why the DNR, recommends that we use a certain type of vegetation. But then from their standpoint, as long as we do that, they typically are providing quite an ecological uplift from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you. One comment. I'm glad that Joe's asking MG&E for any information we can get from them. But at the same time, our current job right now is to look at the proposal that's before us, not what could happen in the future. And unfortunately, we don't have a crystal ball. I wish we did many, many times. But I just wanted to make that point. We're to look at what's before us, not what may be before us.
Thank you, Nyla. Jack?
I guess, obviously, Joe and, Chris have asked, some of the, questions that I've had, but I guess, I want to build on this, credit that we get. It's, $5,000 per megawatt that we're sharing with who?
Dane County. It's called the utility aid payment, and it's for any type of electrical generation. There's that formula is assessed. So whether it's solar or hydro or gas, whatever it is, there's that kind of the same formula applies.
So, we're sharing $30,000 with, Dane County? Or does that 30,000 come to, Waunakee?
So there's kind of two parts to the utility aid payment. One's called it's basically like a megawatt capacity size payment. So that's $2,000 per megawatt. And that's split between the village and the county, or the permitting hosting entity, and then the county.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
before you go on, is that 50-50 split?
So it's 2/3 to the village and then 1/3 to the county. And then there's also a $1,500 per megawatt incentive hosting as well. So that's in total about 17,000 to the village and then 13,000 to the county.
So that's the split, yeah, 60/40.
Yeah, it's about
Good deal.
40.
I guess, one of the other things, that I'm concerned about is the ownership of this. We're gonna ask, a bond or some money be put aside, to refurbish the, field at the end of this project. And that's 30 years from now. If this company is, sold once or twice, you guys are small business entrepreneurs. You want to grow and you probably want to sell. How do we assure that we're going to have the money, or you're going to have the money, or some institution's going to have the money to, so that our taxpayers aren't, on the hook?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think one of the conditions address that, that issue of there's.
Are you a utility?
No, we are not. So the condition laid out that if the project is owned by a company that's not a utility, then there needs to be a bond established that would cover the cost to decommission the system if it stops operating for more than a year. And that bond would be callable by Waunakee regardless of what happened to the company. And that amount would be set by a third-party engineer assessing the site and looking at all the things that were installed and figuring out how much it would cost to complete the decommissioning plan, which we submitted. If the project's owned by MG&E, as all of our projects in MG&E territory are, so the ones in Fitchburg I mentioned, we developed and built them and sold them to MG&E. Now they're the owner operator. We then have a contract to maintain it, but we're not the owner of record. In those circumstances, the Public Service Commission mandates that the utility set aside funding in their rate base to, which they have to, set aside. It's untouchable by them to cover the decommissioning expenses related to any of their generating assets.
And is that 100% for, decommissioning? If this thing lasts for, 30 years, the time value of money is, probably going to be more.
Yeah, great question. The condition, I believe, has that study being updated every 5 years.
Okay. And I guess, I'm concerned about, future plans. And I think, Joe asked that. And, one of my concerns is that, this is great. So, you put another 6 megawatts there, because you're using 30 megawatts or 30 acres to put the 6, they've got another 40. So that's probably another 6 megawatts. And we've got, a lot of solar array. And it's not really benefiting, the community per se.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we don't have other plans for
understand
any
that.
projects, but yeah.
And I understand we're evaluating this project, but I think, we're setting a precedent here to put solar energy into this area, which, if you look at there, we've got a comprehensive plan, and I'm glad that we're going to review that and the language in that, because really, when you look at getting $17,000, because this is a great project, we've got water and sewer to the property line already. If we build one house in that property, the taxes on that one house almost covers this 17,000. So, you can sit here and say, hey, we've got, we've got, we're giving you all this money, but, I'm struggling, with how does this benefit Waunakee and the residents and community?
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's a very fair point, and I see where you're coming from. I will just say that when a house goes in or any type of commercial building, that's there. It's not coming out. So many municipalities and other jurisdictions view solar as a temporary use to keep land that in an agricultural, able to be returned to agriculture, and ultimately able then to, it's like a farmland preservation technique rather than being a farmland preservation, something that is adversarial to that. So I'm not saying that that's universal, but we have had jurisdictions take that perspective, and I see where they're coming from, because if you watch one of these get installed, the pilings are driven. When they're wrong, in the wrong location, you can pull them out. So you can remove these things quite easily at the end of the life. And that 30 to 50 years is like a Sabbath for the soil. It's not being, chemically altered for farming. It's being, that's how the soil built up over the millennia, was being in that type of use. So it would be in a quite productive state then if it were returned to ag at the end.
Dane County continues to grow. One of the fastest counties, and so I think we're going to need housing and development. But again, I'm not making my decision. I'm just kind of talking out loud on how to make a decision.
Understood.
Thanks, Jack. Sam?
So sort of following what Jack previously brought up about future plans and others, my understanding, I believe, is, let's say they wanted to add more, say this was approved, they would have to either amend the existing CUP or apply for a new one. Is that correct?
Yeah, they would have to go through this process again, including the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. I've some of the other concerns that sort of really have not been talked about here. I've met with the Capals here multiple times, very good people. And one concern that they had is, they have a tree line right with a 9-foot setback along there. Well, say a tree that's on the line falls, hits your fence. They don't necessarily want to be getting an unexpected bill for a fence repair. So that's something that you're going to need to be working out. The other thing is in regards to what you mentioned, the town talked to you about the roads. I'm surprised they didn't put Kennedy Drive in there. That was something that I thought was gravely missing from the proposed list of conditions, because when you think about our state highways, that highway's got multiple dump trucks a day on it. I see them, going. A town road, they have weight limits for a reason. Most of them, unless there's a quarry on it already, they're not built for the heavier weight. That's why when the freeze thaw, we put a weight limit on it. So that road should be added as well. in order to make sure that the town's concerns are sufficed. And it should be fairly obvious, you know, with the MMSD work that's going there. They're already fixing the road. So if there are any problems, it would be fairly obvious. In terms of the trees, are those something that you all are the ones doing the planting, or is that MG&E doing the planting?
Yeah, for any new trees, that would be required as a condition, we would be responsible for. But the owner, whoever the owner is at any time would be responsible for maintaining the tree line as they exist. So if any trees die during the whole life of the project, they would need to be replaced. And that's my understanding is of the condition is it's for the duration of the project.
Yeah. You know, and I also think, you know, obviously the plan here has been amended somewhat. Some of, you know, Tim's comments and so forth are on what was there. And yeah, it's fairly similar, but, you know, obviously we've had more discussion here about proposed conditions and so forth. And it would be most appropriate for him and others to go back and review that based on our discussion. Obviously, because we have to have some different legal counsel here, he needs some time to be able to get up to speed with, you know, this process, how we got here, other documents and so forth that we have. And then that would also allow us to come up with a more, I guess you could say, finalized condition list for the CUP if here's what we actually want, you know. So it's all from me.
All right, thanks, Sam. So which community in Minnesota, well, first, thank you for being here tonight. It's been a long meeting. You can tell that we've got a lot of very concerned residents, and our job is to represent the interests of the village, residents and business owners and everybody that's involved. And our neighbors as well. As Chris alluded to, this is a complicated piece of property for a lot of different reasons. But back to my question, which community in Minnesota has the moratorium?
That project's in Houston County.
Okay.
And we proposed it, over the summer. They've requested, they didn't have an ordinance that covered solar, so they're drafting an ordinance, and then our application that we submitted will be considered once the ordinance is in place, so.
Okay. I asked that simply because we don't have a model ordinance here in Wisconsin. Part of my team, I work at UW Extension, is tasked with coming up with a model ordinance. They work on the RSTEP program. If you're familiar, I'm sure you're familiar with RSTEP. Yeah. I'm very curious as to Houston County and what they're doing there. So you mentioned earlier today that earlier tonight that this you cite these where you feed into demand. You want to be close to where there is load. So right now it's primarily residences are in that area. There is in Westport, which is immediately adjacent to this, a section that is very close to this development that is slated for commercial development. And it's been there for long, in an industrial park. Are you aware of any additional users that are coming down the road that siting in this particular plot of land is? So in other words, why this plot of land other than it's close to residences?
That's a great question. I mean, we honestly we looked for land in MG&E service territory for many years, and this was one of like 8 parcels across their entire territory that we were able to reach agreement on an option, several years ago. The location is, it's near that substation that's down along the railroad tracks that has, both industrial and commercial and residential load. But the ATC ran a study on that, and with the existing load, this proposed system would never backfeed onto the high voltage. So it'd all be used behind that substation meter. So there's, just based on the existing load, they're not thinking about any other future load. There's ample load to use all that power.
Okay. All right. Those were really my only 2 questions. Do we have any other questions, Erin?
Yeah, not necessarily for you two. So I guess if you want to sit, I'm not going to put the, I think I just have more comments, and I go back and forth. I think this is something that I'm like personally passionate about and have studied. And so I almost carry this like larger weight to like keep such an open mind, because I want to not just take what I care about into consideration. I don't directly live there, but I've actually spent like time living in Savannah Village. I think it's a beautiful part of our area. I go to the dog park down there most nights of the week. Like, that is such a beautiful part of our community, our region, and I understand what everyone's saying, and I think when we think about why it's beautiful, it's because there are large sections of that area along the river that are protected, that are maintained, that there's also large sections of those beautiful marsh prairies that host our public infrastructure. MMSD is working on that multi-year project right there. And it's things like this that I struggle to understand where we're supposed to put this, because, you know, we all have the benefit right now. There's electricity in this room. There's, you know, my parents live under a cell tower. Like, there's infrastructure all around us. And so the conversation, if we don't want to look at it, is, you know, a difficult thing, because there are, you know, that's what we want to hear. We want to hear where should the trees go, what's going on, rather than just like that solar is something we're skeptical of. I understand this is a, you know, a newer technology, but I'm 28 years old. So this is going to last longer than I've been alive. But if I think of, you know, when I was born, there was probably not a village board, you know, residents about cell towers, or where is this going to go? There's so much technology that's changed so fast, even in, you know, the span of, you know, my lifetime. And I, as someone in their 20s, someone that's grown up here, I also hope that we can back up as a board and as a community and realize that, yes, we make economic decisions, but we live here because of this beautiful place and because of our commitment to this area and this, you know, peaceful valley, as we get our name from. But there, the money and the economics of it is not necessarily the end all be all at the end of the day. And when we hear, why do people move here? I've, you know, not necessarily heard people move here because it's cheap, or, you know, it's because of our schools, it's because of these great amenities. And for some people, having a diverse grid is an amenity. I think it's an attractive thing that a village is open to new technology, is open to, you know, the what is going on behind the scenes. And I know I should probably like stop, but I just, if we can let that soil rest, I think that's a really important part of our watershed. To, you know, soil is living, it's a real thing. And, you know, the prairie plants there can do great infiltration work for that river. And so, you know, Waunakee is not necessarily in that ecological area, but that's the very end of our village. And who is our neighbor on that way, like in a nature sense? It's, and what can this land in our village benefit that? Like, giving that soil rest for another 30 to 50 years, knowing that there's a diversity of plants. It's not monocropped as corn or soy as it is right now. I just think, I hope we can explore things that are not necessarily economical to take that into account in the next few weeks on our own research. And thank you. I'm sorry.
Thanks, Erin. Important thoughts. Yeah. Anyone else?
I'd like to
Thank
say
you.
a couple things.
Yes.
First of all, one question that we get a lot, and it's easier to just sort of answer it in front of a crowd, is why is this land in the village in the first place? The reason this land is in the village is in the early 1990s, where Madison Country Day School is. There was a proposal by the Hovde family to build a development in Madison and move it north of the river. And the Hovde family actually still owns several hundred acres to the east of Highway 113. The town and the village were rightly concerned about that, so they opted to enter in 1996 a boundary agreement in which the village would annex this property and to the east. I always find it funny that the Westport Pet Cemetery is actually in Waunakee. It's not in Westport, but so that's why it's in the village. It was to deter Madison, I should note, successfully from coming this way. The other thing I want to note is I have heard, not from anybody specifically, but I have heard some chatter in the community disparaging the Kennedys, which I find is very unfortunate. I know for a fact from reliable sources and my time working in negotiations as a member of the County Park Commission that they tried really hard to get rid of all this land to the county. The county did not want anything except what was rest of the railroad tracks. They didn't. You know, we've been in a situation, there's 11 kids in that family and they're not getting any younger. And we had a very similar situation with a property that we had in the Partyville area where we didn't move fast enough and people died. And now you're dealing with 40 different people. So please be nice to them and don't fault them, and don't let this be a block in any relationships you have with those people.
And thank you for saying that. I've spoken to a couple of people. The Kennedys are a generationally longstanding family in the community. And if you know any of them, you know how well they've served the community as a whole, and just been the kind of people that a lot of us aspire to be. All right. So with that, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just make a small comment about the role of staff in the process. I heard a couple of comments tonight about staff and their staff doing their job appropriately. I do want to share that our obligation as staff is to coordinate and afford a fair process. And our obligation is to an applicant, it's also to the public. And tonight is a good example of process at work. That's what we're trying to do. Another obligation of ours is to enable the village board with the very best information that can be provided, your ability to make a fully informed decision that comes out of a fair process. So I see this, I see things working the way they're supposed to in the process, which is why Lauren and I actually agree with what we've heard the village board suggest tonight, is that we should take time to consider what has come out this evening. I also want to say that I'm flanked by staff here who have not shied away from conversations and calls from the public on this topic. They've had thoughtful, long, and very patient conversation. And I'll point to Lauren here specifically, who has really taken those with a willing ear and a desire to provide the best information she can. So I commend her. I believe she knows more about solar than perhaps she ever thought she would. But the staff has done a commendable job, and I just want to promise that we'll continue to do that. So as this process continues, or any process or application that comes before the village that the public has questions or is concerned about, we as staff are here to do our best to try to listen, provide information, and afford a fair process. So I want to kind of lay that out about the role that we're playing. I'm glad we have Richard here to also flank us with legal advice, and we look forward to working with you over the coming weeks, months, whatever it might be, to help you with your decision making.
Thank you, Todd. We owe you guys a debt of gratitude. This has been a really big lift. And you've just all performed admirably. So thank you very much for everything that you've done. Yeah. So with that, I think we are done with this item on the agenda. I think our next item up is the.
Maybe before you do, just a question for Richard.
Oh, yes.
In terms of this process taking its next step, do you have advice on action to pause this, to send it forward to a future meeting? What's your advice to the board for if any action this evening?
Well, I think that is the action, right? You're laying it over. I don't think there's a requirement that it be acted upon with at a specific meeting upcoming, other than the fact that you are going to be doing what you just said, gathering the information and then putting it back on the agenda at a future board meeting.
All right.
So no specific action to say motion to lay over. That's not required of the board. Or would you recommend a motion like that?
Oh, that is a good question. And I think that would be advisable to just motion to lay over. Makes sense to me. I mean, if you had some motions like that in the past, again, I am not the normal village.
Motion to
attorney
table
here,
for a
but-
future meeting.
Is it a table or to?
Just before we do that, I'd really like to explore the shielding, because I don't think 25 trees, if this thing goes through, 25 trees isn't going to do much on a 30-acre property. So I'd like to explore that as well. How is this going to be shielded from view?
And I suspect Tim will do that when he redoes his report.
Yeah.
Particularly once he sees that.
All right. So we have a motion.
And I mean, technically to table something requires a future motion to remove it from the table.
Right.
So my advice you're welcome to do that as your approach, my suggestion rather is to carry this item forward to a future meeting
Yeah, that's,
and affording it the process to occur.
Announce the meeting date though, so public can.
Well, I don't think to know the research we need to do to be ready for a future meeting is something I don't feel comfortable. I don't think.
yeah,
We
I
can
would,
be
I
yet
would, I
comfortable
would concur
sharing.
with both those suggestions, yes.
All right. Chris, would you like to adjust your motion?
I'm gonna ask a question first then.
Okay.
To our attorney, what's our time frame? Do we have to have a decision made by any certain time?
It's like a reasonable.
What's a reasonable time frame? I guess?
I don't know. I can't tell you that right off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
I think that was the restraint was we have to provide a reasonable, so.
Time frame?
I mean-
660403 says you have 45 days.
Uh,
Your applicant probably knows this answer.
Yeah.
Speaking generally, to afford staff the time to do its diligence along with our attorney, based on what I've heard in terms of questions tonight, a period of 3 to 4 weeks seems like it'd be reasonable for us to work through this. I'd encourage the community along with village board members to reach out to staff. Emails are great, calls are great, with other concerns or questions you have that we can work on together with our specialists and our consultants. With that in mind, I would think within a two meetings. So I would say I'd like to think that by the first meeting in November, we'd be prepared to have another discussion with you. But I just want to really be certain that we can hold to that, and we need some time to review the record tonight to be well prepared to advise you on that.
Okay, so
Not a no answer.
there's all kinds of questions that I'm having right now based on what was just stated. So if there's 45 days, when did the 45 days start? Was it when an application was done? Was it when this meeting took place? Or there's all these things. So if we can please be advised for that
And
prior to
I
our
will
next
do that.
meeting, so then we can make sure we're meeting all of our expectations
All right.
going forward. So I'll,
If we are, Chris, or board, if we're in a legal circumstance that's going to require modification to the process that I just laid out, we will inform the board. We will also be clear with the community. And we've used our social media and other avenues to do that. So we will make sure that's clear, not just to you, but to the rest of the community.
okay, so then one question or one request I have is for all those that were in attendance tonight, they hopefully gave their emails, so they all should be, can we do that? Okay, forget it then. All right, I'm gonna make the motion to move, how do I want to say it then? Not table?
Carry this item forward to a future meeting.
Motion to carry this item forward to a future meeting.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you all for coming tonight. Next up,
I have already forwarded the
Yeah,
information.
I'm in dialogue with
Great.
staff.
all right. And then I think our next lively hearing is public hearing on ordinance amending Article 6, wellhead protection, Chapter 26.
A
Any
quick note,
takers?
I am going to bring Brian back into the
All right.
join us, so I'm going to be
You
technical.
guys want another 5 minutes?
Yeah, it's probably more appropriate to call it 5-minute.
Yeah, okay. 5-minute recess and we'll come back for our next public hearing. Jared, tell us. Still on, so yeah. Somewhere out there, somebody's still watching us. All right. I called the meeting back to order at 9:44 PM. Next item on the agenda is our second public hearing. This is a public hearing and discuss and take action on ordinance amending Article 6, wellhead protection of Chapter 26, Environment and Natural Resources. And is this to you again, Laura? You're the star of the
Yes, it
show
is.
tonight.
Yeah. This is a pretty simple one. Basically, the wellhead protection ordinance outlines where our wells are located in the village. Because we're adding a new well coming up very soon, we thought it'd be good to update this ordinance to reference a map instead of having to update it each time we have a new well. So this proposed ordinance basically just says that. It references a map that will be held by the village clerk. So staff can just update that map each time we add a new well to the community.
All right. Let's open the public hearing at 9:45 PM. Do we have anybody here that would like to speak on this issue? All right, Don, you may take to the podium. It's open. Oh, no.
How's Eddie? Good. 3 minutes. I'm okay. The question I have, we were very fortunate that this board supported us because if they wouldn't have, we would have been done. There wouldn't have been a place to drill a well. And I think you're all aware of the fact that we didn't charge any money. We gave it to you. We gave another lot for a water tower, and we paid for the big water main, which was quite a bit of money. But here's my question. You have a well that's contaminating, the one where they had a dry goods. Whereas it's kind of in that area north of the Waunakee. What is the DNR doing and what are we doing to stop that flume that's constantly moving? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. And we will end the public hearing at 9:47.
One second. There is one person online, and if they wish to speak during this hearing, please click raise hand now. Nope.
Nope. All right. All right. So to answer that question first, we have a grant from the FEMA, is it?
EPA.
Thank you. Wow, gosh, it's a long night, to clean it up. And we're in the process of working with a company to get that cleaned up. We have not from utilities, opened the well up and taken samples yet. But we have discussed doing that again to monitor it. So we're on it. Yeah, you're welcome. All right. With that, so Lauren, do we have any questions? Let's start. Sam, any questions, comments?
Nope, no questions.
Jack?
No questions.
Nyla?
No questions.
Joe?
No, slam dunk.
Chris?
No questions.
All right, Aaron?
Do actually have a question. Have we ever explored signage relating to the wellhead protection areas? I've just seen that a few places and I think could be used as education. I think sometimes people don't even know where our infrastructure is, so I don't need us to maintain a bunch of signs, but I'm just curious with the map concept too, if there are some ways we could highlight that. So, I don't know.
I'm not familiar of exploration of signage. The map is definitely something we could put out. Now, we have a GIS mapper as well in our staff, so we could certainly make an interactive map available for the public.
That's good. I think just the contamination we did,
Yeah.
just talk about too, I think is helpful. But I would move to approve the ordinance amending Article 6, wellhead protection of Chapter 26.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. All right, next item, business item number 1, discuss and take action on ordinance amending section 129-159 of chapter 129 subdivisions regarding fences in utility easements. Back to you, Lauren, again.
All right. So we've had a couple discussions at the village board level regarding this. So based off of the discussion at the last meeting, discussing allowing fences and utility easements. And I did include the memo from the last meeting as well, which had all of that information from neighboring communities, et cetera. It sounded like the board was in favor of allowing fences and utility easements as long as it's clear on how we can recover our costs. And so Brian, and I believe he's online too, provided an updated ordinance that highlights how that will work. So I'll just, let me. So, in addition to obtaining authorization from public utilities, they have to record the authorization with the Dane County Register of Deeds. That was one item that was brought up during the discussion. Additionally, the property owner would sign an acknowledgement that not only if the utility has to go in and fix something, that the cost of the fence would be on the property owner, but if the property owner themselves damages utilities in any way with their fence, they would also be on the hook for those costs.
All right, Jack.
I guess just coming back to what Don said in the open session, you put a fence at the property line, then you put a tree or you put a retaining wall or you put something in there. Do we have to address those issues as well in this ordinance? That way it's totally covered.
Yep, so the ordinance disallows all of those except for the fences. So it basically outlines you cannot put a retaining wall, you cannot put a tree. All those items are not allowed in the utility easements. And then it specifically starts talking about you can have a fence if you meet these criteria.
What it says and actions are two different things. So yes, you can't have that stuff in the utility easement, but if somebody puts a fence, they're going to put a flower bed next to the fence. It's just human nature, and they're not going to come back and go to the utility or whoever we have them go to and say, hey, can I put a flower bed here? So do we have to make that clear, so that if we're going and digging up the fence and we're digging up their flower bed, we're not responsible for putting that stuff back. Right? So,
Yeah, I think I feel a little bit differently. So, fence has got an installation with presumably called Digger's Hotline, right? And you get permission to put the fence, you get their check off to put the fence in. And I only mention this because we actually had a neighbor that dug and severed a line in our backyard. Didn't know how shallow things were, just doing normal gardening. So I would hate if we permitted flower, bushes and shrubs and whatnot, and with the idea that, that can actually be pretty legitimately dangerous. And retaining walls are really hard and heavy to move. It's one thing to take a fence out, it's another thing to take out a 4-foot retaining wall. I feel like, for me at least, fences is as far as I would feel comfortable going. Other thoughts or questions or comments?
Pretty much exactly what I was thinking, so.
Yeah. Nyla? Questions or comments?
I've said it once, I'll say it again. I will not vote for something that can create a big mess in the future.
Joe?
I'm torn on so many different levels. I absolutely agree with what Nyla just said. The part that is still feeling very wrong to me is saying that basically we can't put any landscaping there, meaning in theory, I couldn't even plant ornamental grasses in that area. And that just feels incredibly wrong. If we're going to do that, we should be treating utility easements entirely differently to begin with. So I don't see that I can support this as is.
Chris?
I can support the fences. My question would be, when the development is taking place, are we only going to allow flat developments moving forward? Because retaining walls are going to have to be used, and they would end up, I'm assuming, in easement areas in order for it to make it work. So I think that we're selling ourselves short if we don't address this issue when our developments are occurring. They're laying all the utilities first. So that's the part that I'm struggling with. I mean, for years we've been, to do the developments, there's any hilly area in it and there's a retaining wall necessary, they're putting the retaining wall in to keep everything from flowing downhill, so to speak. So I think I feel like we need to address, am I not?
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
We were just having this conversation with Don. I think we can be more mindful of where utility easements are located on lots because, one of the common practices is to basically, like I showed in a picture before, that, encircle the entire lot. If we know that retaining walls are needed and if they're needed close to the edge of the lot, let's not put a utility easement there. Let's find another route for utilities. I think there's more collaboration we can do with utilities to make sure that the easement is in a good location and that retaining walls that are needed can still be installed.
Have we done that in the past that way then?
I'm not familiar with how previous subdivisions have happened, but it's something that we're starting discussions with, and maybe Brian. Oh, Brian has his hand up.
Sorry. Go
Can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
So two things. One is when let's say it's like a commercial or a multifamily development, and as part of that process, we're requiring as part of the site plan approval a retaining wall. Those are always put in areas where there are not easements, because when it's usually Strand who's doing kind of the analysis on the retaining wall, they're always making sure that it's not within an easement area. As it relates to, let's say, residential homes, all of our development agreements right now already prohibit everything within utility easement areas. Because I took a look at those documents prior to our meeting. Now, this would change that. We would probably have to modify our language for our development agreements, but our development agreements already prohibit fences and retaining walls and decks and other things within the easement areas. And again, like I've said it in past, we do not have this is a state law issue. Public utilities have the right to be in the utilities. So to the extent that you want to modify things, you're going to have to do what Lauren said, which is as part of the plat review process, maybe be a little bit more targeted as to where the easements would go. I mean, at the end of the day, we do have to put in easements in rear yards, certainly, but it might be not necessarily all side yards. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to get away from the easements in rear yards, though.
Right. Sam? You look like you had a question.
No,
Thanks, Brian.
I was just turning around.
Okay. Other questions or comments?
I think my understanding is that we have conflicting ordinances, and I feel like it's not clear if we are trying to restrict, if these comments are we should restrict the other areas, or if we're saying, stay with what you have. I think that's what I'm curious if you guys are wanting this for the subdivision specifically or just general. Are your concerns because they're subdivisions, or?
I think this started just because, correct me if I'm wrong, Lauren, we have so many people that are putting fences up in utility easements anyway. And so our thought was, well, if we allow them and permit them, then at least there's a dialogue over what happens so that when inevitably utilities has to get back there and take down a fence. Am I remembering?
Yeah,
straight
that's
this
correct. And the utilities came up with a solution that they've put into place, which is that acknowledgement form. And they've been using we get multiple fence permits a week And so it's been in practice and in reviewing our ordinances, like Aaron said, there's some mismatch. And so we're just hoping to get this updated so that they kind of speak to each other and staff are under, know what the village board wants in terms of fences and easements,
Yeah.
basically.
But we're not permitting flower gardens, right? And
Correct.
bushes,
So
so, you know,
Ask Bill a question.
oh, your microphone. Sure.
Can we ask Bill a question? What is the challenge with how we develop our subdivisions and so forth? And I know, people are gonna put a fence up on the lot line. As Joe indicated, if they want to put ornamental grass and all that kind of stuff. Do we have a lot of retaining walls, or do we have some retaining walls?
Yeah, we have retaining walls about as far as locations these utility easements. I guess I'm not real familiar off the top of my head. I'd have to go out actually and look at a lot of this stuff. Waunakee Utilities is pretty much the ones that monitored a lot of the fences and a lot of stuff that went on in the utilities. And so that I guess I'd have to defer to them as far as where they've got retaining walls over their property or their utilities.
Can I make a comment? Our road reconstruction a few years ago, the road was done, the utilities were in, and I don't know, the grass was starting to grow. And all of a sudden, there's another company there putting through a line. And I had no idea what for. I talked to Aaron and it was legit. But my question is, what's to prevent this from happening? Okay, someone has a fence in, they think all the lines are in, and then all of a sudden they're putting another line in. Does that happen more than just on Verleen Avenue when it happened? Or, that keeps going through my mind.
Yeah, I mean, that one's the one, I guess, the freshest in my mind as well, but that was all done in public right away.
Right, but what I'm wondering is, could that happen with these easements? Where, because from what I understand, it's not just Waunakee utilities we have to be concerned with. It's TDS, it's the internet, it's whatever lines will go through. I don't believe any resident is going to go beyond getting permission other than from Waunakee Utilities to do what they need to do. So I don't know how this is going to be done properly by the homeowner or whoever's doing this, because it's so much red tape to go through. If you went to a home where they put in a fence and you say, such and such and such and such and such and such all has lines here, did you get permission from all of them? Are they going to be able to say yes? So if they can't, and we haven't done due diligence, when that's part of our ordinance, are we liable for not following through and making sure they had all of their letters saying it was okay to do this? That's just some of the things going through my mind. All right, is Brian still here?
Brian?
Yeah, so I was just trying to find the language. And so we've tried to address that. First of all, Nyla, I tend to agree with you. I don't think that people are going to go get the authorization from everyone. We've tried to address that issue with the language. If you look at page 150 of your packet, subsection 1, middle sentence, it says, to the extent a building permit is issued by the village for a fence, the building permit is issued subject to this condition, which is the condition of the responsibility of the property owner to satisfy. In other words, if somebody comes to us and seeks a building permit for a fence, we've tried to draft language in the ordinance where essentially we can issue that building permit, but if it turns out that the property owner has not in fact received the authorization from all of the public utilities and recorded that, that's on the property owner, that's not on the village. So that's not going to solve the problem of, having a fence in a spot where they shouldn't have it because they didn't get authorization. It is intended to solve the issue of making sure that there's no liability for the village.
We have not reached consensus on this. Is that safe to say? Yeah. Yeah. So do we want to think on this some more? Boot it to another meeting? Arm wrestle, rock, paper, scissors?
I think we would need to give direct, sorry.
Yeah, to staff.
We need
as
to give
what
direction
do.
to staff versus.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll just share, it seems like there's a lot of angles of feedback that we're getting. And it seems like maybe we haven't done a good job of aligning them in the process of conversation so we can have the feedback together at one place. I'm thinking gathering utility folks, a selection of development professionals, maybe the developers of Heritage Hills, Don and others, legal staff. Did I say utility staff?
Yep.
I'll make Bill attend. He loves this stuff. But maybe we sort of recircle up a different batch of wagons
Yeah,
here
good
to
deal.
to think this through. I mean, we just keep getting sideswiped with different perspectives. None of them are wrong necessarily. They're all legitimate perspectives. But the picture is it's just kind of getting blurry.
We're on the fence.
Yeah. Brian jumped in. Brian.
Well, I just think that we have different points of view, but at the end of the day, you have to remember, it's against the law to put stuff in a public utility easement.
I understand that, but what I heard tonight are a couple of new, I think, good, thoughtful concepts, especially regarding how we approach creation of those easements in the first place.
Yeah.
And we haven't put that into the discussion room yet. And I'd like to do that with other people in the room and bring some thoughtful feedback to you on that point.
Yeah, I would actually like to see the expectations that we have of those plotting out the plots or whatever, so that they can avoid this situation.
Yes, I agree. Generally, I've seen developers work really hard to avoid circumstances where unique conditions along lot line edges are involved. Like they move dirt on purpose so as to avoid those difficulties. But it's really, in most of our developments in a rolling topography like we have, it's impossible to fully exclude those circumstances. So I'm really interested in talking thoughtfully with our development community and the group we've talked about to see whether we can put a different sort of package together on this.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
That sounds good.
Yeah, I think that sounds great. And, I think, Lauren, you brought up a good point, looking at the plots and so forth, but how do we institutionalize that so that, when you retire in a few years, the next person to come
It's
along.
like after tonight.
No.
But I think we need to institutionalize that. So I totally agree with you, Todd. It's the process and laying out the plots and all that kind of stuff.
All right. So are we ready to you guys have direction?
I think
Sufficient
that's
direction?
adequate direction for us at this point.
All right, then let's move on to the last item on the agenda. Discuss and take action on Town of Westport notice of intent to incorporate. And I'm just gonna go ahead and start reading this. The village board may convene in closed session as authorized by Wisconsin statute 19.851E for the purpose of deliberating or negotiating the purchasing of public properties, the investing of public funds, or conducting other specified public business whenever competitive or bargaining reasons require a closed session. The village board may reconvene in open session and discuss and take action on the subject matter discussed in closed session. So with that, do I have a motion to go?
So moved.
All right, roll call vote, please.
The wheel out.
Nyla Fry.
Yes.
Aaron Moran.
Yes.
Jack Heidemann.
Yes.
Joe Zisselsberger.
Yes.
Chris Zellner.
Yes.
Kristen Rungy.
Yes.
Sam Conger.
Yes.
We will be in
Just-
closed session as soon as we clear the room and get off.
We don't expect.
All right. We're not broadcasting, are we?
We are at the moment. I just wanted to share that I'm not expecting action in open session.
All right.
So I think the board will be giving staff some advisory instructions. So this will end our meeting. If there does happen to be open session action items, those would be reflected in the official minutes.
All right.
Good night.
With that,
Grandma.
good night, everyone that's watching online. So.
Good night, Grandma.